wind carried a brittle chill as it wound its way through the twisted branches of the old willow grove, casting dancing shadows across the crumbling stones of Ravenwood Manor. The villagers of Brookhollow spoke in hushed tones about that place, once a proud estate, now nothing more than a skeletal reminder of tragedy. Even by dusk, when the world seemed to soften at the edges, Ravenwood exuded a restless gloom, as if its walls themselves held their breath, waiting for something unspeakable to stir. It was on one such evening that Marisol Morcant, trailing a threadbare shawl over her shoulders, crept up the manor's ancient drive with her younger brother, Edwin. Their parents had sent them there on the pretext of retrieving a forgotten satchel, but already Marisol had felt her courage falter against the pressing quiet. Each step she took sounded like an intrusion, cracking the fragile calm of gathering night. Lamp oil lanterns dotted the broken fence posts, their flames flickering like distant eyes, warning travelers back to safety. Inside the grand entrance hall, an oppressive hush swallowed the light. The chandelier that once sparkled like a constellation now dangled by a loose chain, its crystals dulled by decades of dust. Edwin's small hand trembled in Marisol's grasp, but he refused to let go. "Sis, I don't like it here," he whispered, voice cracking. Marisol swallowed her own dread. "We'll be in and out," she promised. "Just behind the library door, grab the satchel, and let's go home." They found the satchel draped over a dusty armchair in the east wing, as if somebody or something had placed it there deliberately. Its leather was cracked with age, and the initials L. A. were stamped in tarnished brass on the flap. But before Marisol could lift it, a scraping sound echoed from the hallway behind them, like fingernails against old wood. She froze. Edwin's eyes widened. A soft mewling slithered through the darkness, and a pair of glowing eyes appeared at the threshold. A black cat, fur-matted and speckled with silver dust, padded into the room, tail flicking. Its gaze fixed on Marisol with unsettling intelligence, and it let out a hiss that sounded almost like a sigh. She knelt, but Edmund pulled her sleeve back. "Don't touch it," he hissed. The cat seemed to vanish into the gloom, and then the hall beyond the archway rippled as if reality itself wavered. A figure materialized, a bride in a once white gown now stained with mud and rust, her hair an oily cascade blocking her pale face. She drifted forward, steps soundless but impossibly slow, her hands reaching out as if searching for a lost embrace. The lantern flames guttered, plunging the room into uneasy half-light. Marisol's heart thundered. "Edwin, run!" she cried. But Edwin stood with mouth agape, transfixed by the spectral bride's trembling figure. The bride's voice emerged hollow, distant, but unmistakable, "Where is my ring?" The words echoed through the empty corridor, where no door should stand. Behind them, the satchel tumbled to the floor, lid swinging open to reveal a handful of yellowed drawings and a dark velvet box. The bride's hand twitched toward the box. Marisol's blood ran cold. She sank to one knee, pressing Edwin behind her. The bride halted, head tilting with curiosity, gown pooling around her unseen feet. A sudden crash of thunder rolled through the estate, rattling window panes. The cat's hiss turned into a cruel, definitive yowl, and it jumped onto the box, batting it to the wall. The velvet box flew open, revealing a tarnished gold ring, its ruby surface dull under the lantern's weak glow. The bride's head snapped toward it. "You have it," she whispered, voice like rustling silk. Pain and longing warred in her voice. "My promise, my blood," she lifted her hand, and in that moment the room seemed to freeze. The temperature plummeted, and breath formed clouds around the children's faces. Marisol clamped her hand over Edwin's mouth as his knees buckled. She reached for the ring on the ground. Outside, lightning split the sky. The ring pulsed, as if alive, and Marisol felt it tug at her soul. She stared at the bride, fury and despair mirrored in those hollow eyes. Edwin clutched her sleeve. "Marisol." A soft sob broke from him. Marisol shook her head, determination coiling in her chest. "I'm sorry," she mouthed, slipping the ring into her pocket. Instantly, the bride's lips peeled back into a mournful smile, human and horrifying all at once. A howl rose from deep within the manor, 8 low, guttural barks that reverberated through the stones. The bride's smile split into a scream, and she dissolved into a cloud of ash and stray petals that scattered across the marble floor. The lantern snapped back to steady light, the cat streaked into the darkness, and the children were alone in silence again. They fled through the hall, footsteps echoing, the satchel bouncing against Marisol's hip. At the front door, wind snapped it open, and they tumbled outside into the heaving night. The rain spattered their faces as they dashed across the lawn. Edwin tripped, crying out, and Marisol caught him before he fell. Behind them, Ravenwood Manor's windows glowed with an otherworldly light, the shape of a bride's veil drifting behind the broken panes as if bidding them a cruel farewell. When they burst into their cottage, soaked and shaking, their parents stared in shock. Marisol opened her coat, revealing nothing but the satchel. She reached into her pocket and placed the ring on the table. Its ruby gleamed with a heartbeat of its own. Their mother gasped. "Where did that come from?" Her father's eyes flicked toward the old priest's house in the distance. "We need help," he said. "We have to call someone who understands these things." Marisol pressed silent fingertips to her lips. In the storm-lashed darkness, the willow branches scraped like fingernails against the window, and a soft mewling drifted on the wind. Brookhollow had awakened something ancient. And now, there was no turning back. As dawn's first pale light filtered through the thin curtains of the Morcant cottage, Marisol awoke to the muted drip of rain and Edwin's gentle sobs in the corner. He clutched the tarnished gold ring in his small fist, its ruby burning faintly like a captured ember. Outside, their father, Darius Morcant, paced the wooden floorboards with a worried frown, while their mother, Helena, weighed her options in hushed whispers. "I know someone who might help," Darius said at last, voice heavy with resolve. "Father Ambrose at St. Aldhelm's Priory. He's more than a simple priest. Rumor claims he studied the old lore, the kind that fears shadows in places like Ravenwood." Marisol rubbed the sleep from her eyes. Do you think he can break whatever binds that spirit to our children? Helena drew a shaky breath. It's more than a spirit, my dear. He says it may be an echo of something far older, a curse that entwined blood and betrayal long before our time. Edwin's tear-stained face brightened at mention of Father Ambrose. He's the kind man who gave me a prayer bead last winter, isn't he? He asked. Marisol nodded, remembering the simple wooden bead that had comforted Edwin through another frightful evening. By mid-morning, the storm had eased to a steady drizzle. The family bundled up in cloaks and boots, then set out along the winding road that led from Brookhollow to the leafless colonnade of St. Aldhelm's Priory. Along the way, they passed shuttered cottages and fields sodden with rainwater, where crows kept distant vigil. At the priory gates, a stout stone wall loomed overhead, its surface carved with ancient runes nearly worn into obscurity. Father Ambrose greeted them in the courtyard, his white hair tied back with a leather thong, and robes stamped with the symbol of a coiling serpent. Despite his gentle eyes, there was a palpable authority in the way he held himself. "My children," he said, bowing to Helena and Darius before turning to Marisol and Edwin. "You have faced something very old, something that resists the light. Show me that ring." Edwin stepped forward, offering the ring. Father Ambrose's brows furrowed as he cradled the ruby in a linen cloth. He raised it into the light, turning it this way and that. "Lorna of Ellen," he murmured, reading the engraved letters on the inner band. A name spoken in whispers centuries ago. She was once the bride of a powerful seer, betrayed and murdered on her wedding night. Her blood was spilled across these very grounds when the priory was only a shrine. The spirit you encountered is called a revenant, a soul tethered by vengeance and sorrow, unable to move on until her final vows are fulfilled and her promise reclaimed. Marisol's stomach churned. Her ring, did it link her to this world? Father Ambrose nodded. The ring bound her heart to her family line, to this land. Without it, she remains lost. Yet returning it to her without the proper ritual risks empowering her wrath. We must perform a rite of reclamation, but for that we need the original sanctified waters of St. Aldhelm's Spring, and the Book of Vows, which is kept in the priory script. Darius swallowed. If the crypt is flooded or bewitched, we'll need help retrieving the book. The priest's gaze sharpened. There is one I trust for such tasks, Professor Evander Crane. He resides in the Amber Institute at Graven, just beyond the marshlands. A scholar of the arcane and an expert in ancestral bindings. He knows how to navigate flooded passages and break wards. Helena hesitated. We'll do anything. But, do you think Marisol and Edwin are safe in the meantime? Father Ambrose placed a comforting hand on his daughter's shoulder. They will be under my protection here at the priory. The abbey's wards can hold lesser spirits, but not a revenant's full fury. I will assign brothers to watch over them in rotation. Marisol knelt beside Edwin, pressing her cheek to his. I'll find a way to set her free, Ed. I promise. Edwin nodded, valiant bravery shining through tears. I believe you, Marisol. That afternoon, under a slate-gray sky, Marisol and Edwin watched from the cloister as Father Ambrose and Darius mounted their horses bound for Grayfen. Their mother, Helena, remained behind with the convent sisters to keep vigil. The children clung to each other on a stone bench, curious and frightened by the strange stillness that had settled over the priory. It was then that a sleek black cat appeared, arching its back and flicking its tail against the carved pillars. Marisol recognized the feline from Ravenwood Manor, the creature whose hiss had split the darkness. The cat stared at Edwin for a long moment, then wound between his legs, purring with an unsettling resonance. Edwin bent to stroke its fur. It felt cold, almost metallic. Look, Marisol whispered, pointing. From the corner of Edwin's eye, he caught sight of a fluttering veil, ghostly white, drifting like smoke just beyond the courtyard's edge. The shape of a bride, calling for her ring. Evelina's lament. Edwin shivered. Can we do anything? Marisol rose, fists clenched. Yes. We'll help Father Ambrose prepare the spring water. And we need to find that Book of Vows when the time comes. Over the next 2 days, the children were entrusted with tasks, fetching iron nails and pitch for reinforcing the priory's doors, gathering lavender and wormwood to hang between windows, and lighting salt water lamps that flickered with a pale blue glow. All the while, the black cat prowled nearby, keeping silent watch. Late on the second night, as Marisol trimmed candles in the chapel, she heard a soft sobbing from the alcove behind the altar. The bride's voice, fragile and aching, "My ring, return it," the voice echoed through the nave, mingling with the distant tolling of the vesper bell. Marisol's heart pounded. She moved toward the alcove, adrenaline spurring her forward. There, in the half-light, the figure of Evelina flickered, her gown stained with mud, face hidden beneath golden locks. The cat's eyes glowed on Marisol's left, unblinking. "You carried it away," Evelina whispered. You stole my promise." The air around Marisol grew icy, her breath crystallizing. A ghostly wind whipped the candles, threatening to extinguish them. Marisol lifted the lantern in her hand, its flame quivering. "I did it to save you," she said, voice steady despite the terror. "But Father Ambrose will return it to you properly. You'll be free." The bride's hand reached toward Marisol. Pale fingers almost touched her cheek. "I don't trust," the words trailed off as the black cat leapt between them, hissing. Evelina recoiled, then vanished in a swirl of petals and ash. The lamplight steadied, and the chapel was silent once more. Edwin appeared at the door. "Marisol." "I heard." She inhaled, steadying herself. "We have to finish preparing those lamps, Ed. Tomorrow, Father Ambrose and our father come back. Then we go to the spring." Edwin nodded, his small face pale but resolute. "I'll help." Let's get ready. As they blew out the lantern and walked back through the darkened cloister, the echoes of Evelina's sigh trailed behind them, a promise of trials yet to come. In the chamber above, somewhere beyond the locked doors, a soft scratching began to sound like fingernails against wood, as if something waited just out of sight. Somewhere in Brookhollow, the Revenant's lament pulsed in the walls, growing louder with every passing moment. And Marisol knew that time was slipping away. Soon, the rite of reclamation would begin, and with it, a confrontation that could either free Evelina's tortured spirit or unleash a wrath older than the stones of Ravenwood itself. A grey dawn broke over Brookhollow as Marisol and Edwin watched the silhouettes of Father Ambrose and their father vanish down the winding lane, horses' hooves muffled by mud. The rain had quelled, leaving behind drips from soggy eaves and a blanket of mist that clung to the fields like a restless spirit. Marisol drew her shawl tighter around her shoulders and met Edwin's worried gaze. "We'll find them," she whispered, forcing a confident smile. "And we'll bring back whatever they need for the rite." Edwin bit his lip. "But I heard the marsh is full of spirits who lead travelers astray." Marisol nodded. "All the more reason we need to hurry. Father Ambrose said Professor Crane is the best guide through that cursed stretch. If anyone can navigate the drowned paths, it's him." By mid-morning, the children bade their mother farewell. Helena pressed a flask of warm broth into Marisol's hands and set out toward the marshlands. Their cottage lay on the edge of tilled fields, but past the last fence post, reeds and cattails towered overhead, whispering secrets to the wind. The ground grew softer beneath their boots, and every footstep threatened to find a hidden pool of cold water. A swirl of mist drifted ahead, taking shape as a young woman in a tattered white dress, face hidden beneath a veil of reeds. Edwin stumbled backward. "Stay calm," Marisol murmured. "It's just a will-o'-the-wisp, an illusion that wants to draw us off course." The veiled figure tilted her head, beckoning. Each step Marisol took felt heavier, as though the marsh itself sought to swallow her. The reeds murmured in voices half remembered. "Return what you stole. Your promise lies broken. Set me free or join me in the depths." Edwin's small hand tightened in hers. "Sis, I don't like this." Marisol shut her eyes and focused on the distant rise of Greyfen's ridgeline, where the spire of the Amber Institute glimmered like a beacon. "Keep your eyes on the tower," she urged softly. "Whatever you see, don't follow the lights." At once, the wisp flickered and dissolved. In its place, a pair of lanterns bobbed on the muddy trail, casting feeble light. Marisol and Edwin sidestepped toward a clump of rushes, and waited. As the lanterns passed, drifting deeper into the reeds, they glowed brighter and angry, unnatural yellow. When the lights had passed, Marisol led Edwin forward along the true path, determined not to be lured astray. By midday, they reached a weather-worn signpost half submerged in mud. "To Greyfen 3 miles. Relief warmed Marisol's chest. Just beyond, a narrow boardwalk made of rotten planks slanted across a shallow pool where ghostly ripples traced unseen movements. Every so often, A pale shape neither fish nor shadow flew beneath the surface, vanishing where reeds crowded the water. Heeding Father Ambrose's advice, they clutched iron nails in their pockets and scattered handfuls of lavender and wormwood over the boards. The scent drove away insects and, according to the old lore, confused malevolent creatures. Still, each plank creaked ominously under their weight. Marisol paused at the pool's center, probing a knot in the wood. It groaned, threatening to give way. She leapt forward as a hidden crack split beneath her boot, sending dark water sloshing up her leg. Edwin gasped, but Marisol grasped his arm. "It's okay. Keep moving." At last they stumbled onto solid earth and spotted the distant outline of the Amber Institute's tall stone walls, half cloaked by moss and ivy. Two griffin statues guarded the gate, wings unfurled, eyes made of polished obsidian that seemed to follow their approach. A lone raven perched atop one statue, croaking in greeting. Marisol swallowed her fatigue and rapped on the heavy oak door. It opened with a careful creak to reveal a tall man in a tweed coat, spectacles perched on the end of a narrow nose. His silver hair fell in unruly waves, and one sleeve seemed inexplicably cinched at the cuff. He regarded them with a sharp, curious gaze. "You must be Marisol and Edwin Morcant," he said, voice smooth as river stones. "I'm Professor Evander Crane." He ushered them inside, where the air smelled of old parchment and burning lavender. "Your father and Father Ambrose arrived scarcely an hour ago. They're in my study. Follow me." The corridors were lined with racks of glass vials and arcane instruments, a crystalline pendulum that swung without invitation, charts of constellations pinned to cork boards, and a brass compass that refused to point north. At the end of a corridor, they entered a library-sized study. Father Ambrose knelt beside a low table, where a leather-bound book lay open. Darius stood behind him, rubbing a bruise on his forehead. "Evander," Father Ambrose said, his tone equal parts relief and reproach. "You could have answered the summons sooner." Professor Crane inclined his head. "My apologies, old friend. The Marsh's wards are stronger than anticipated." He smiled at Marisol. "But our young travelers fared well. Now, shall we see the Book of Vows?" He placed his hand on the open volume. Its pages were brittle, each leaf inscribed with flowing glyphs that shimmered like veins of silver. The binding bore the same coiling serpent that decorated Ambrose's robes. Marisol leaned closer, tracing a phrase that glowed faintly. "Let blood and oath entwine, until heart and promise find their rightful vessel." "It's exactly as Father Ambrose described," she said. Professor Crane produced a vial of clear water from his coat pocket. "This is from St. Aldhelm's spring blessed by the abbot himself. We mix it with salted tears, recite the oath of reclamation, and flush the revenant's bond." He paused, his eyes suddenly distant. "But there's more. I've discovered traces of another curse upon Ravenwood, one older, and darker. If we proceed without addressing it, Evelina's spirit could become corrupted. We must cleanse the manor's foundations first. Darius frowned. What do you propose? Crane closed his eyes, fingers brushing the glyphs. I need root-cutting incense made from yew and nightshade, burned at each corner of the estate. And the manor's cornerstone, the original threshold stone, must be reset with pure alabaster. Only then can the true ritual of release begin. Edwin's voice trembled. Does that mean more danger? Marisol put an arm around him. Danger we can face. Over the next 2 days, Professor Crane, Father Ambrose, and Darius prepared for the double ritual. They dispatched members of the priory to fetch alabaster slabs and crush nightshade berries, while the children were enrolled as junior assistants. Marisol learned to weave willow wands dipped in yew oil. Edwin labored to grind bone ash for incense. At night, they pored over Ravenwood's old plans, tracing secret passages where Evelina might have fled, and marking the 4 corners where incense must burn. On the eve of departure, Crane tapped his walking cane, its handle carved in the likeness of a snake's head. Tomorrow we carry these supplies into Ravenwood. You two will follow me and stay close. Remember, if you hear whispers in the walls, do not answer. Keep your lantern steady, and if ever you feel drawn toward a flicker of light, look away. Marisol and Edwin exchanged determined nods. That night, Marisol dreamt of Evelina's wedding, rows of empty benches in a grand hall, a crimson-stained altar, and a bride who reached for her hand in silent lament. She woke at dawn, heart pounding, to find the black cat curled at her feet, its green eyes reflecting her fear. It stretched and yawned, then padded away into the library stacks. At last, mounting their horses beneath a low sun, the party set out for Ravenwood. The Institute's carriage bore crates of alabaster and iron pyres of incense, while the riders followed behind. The journey felt shorter in daylight, but as the manor's silhouette appeared on the horizon, its broken towers and dark windows outlined against the sky, the air grew thick with expectant dread. Marisol tightened her grip on the willow wand and spurred her horse forward. The final trials awaited at Ravenwood, the cleansing of ancient darkness, the release of Evelina's bound spirit, and the perilous confrontation that would decide whether promise and blood could be reconciled, or whether the manor's shadows would claim 2 more souls. The morning mist curled like a serpent around the broken pillars of Ravenwood Manor as Marisol, Edwin, Father Ambrose, Professor Crane, and Darius Morcant dismounted at the crumbling front courtyard. A brittle silence lay over the estate, broken only by the distant tolling of the priory's bell carried on a chill breeze. Crates of alabaster slabs and bundles of yew and nightshade incense lay piled at the threshold, and the black cat, slender, with eyes of polished jade, sat watching from atop a fallen gargoyle, its tail twitching in anticipation. Stay close, Crane whispered, pressing the Book of Vows into Marisol's hands. We begin at the southeastern corner. Light the incense there first, then proceed clockwise. Father Ambrose will carry the purified spring water for consecration, and Darius will reset the cornerstone once the purging is complete. Marisol nodded, shoulders straight, heart thrumming with equal parts fear and excitement. Edwin hovered at her side, clutching the final coil of yew oil, soaked willow wands. Above them, the ruined facade of the east wing stared down like a wounded sentinel, windows empty as blind eyes. The air smelled of damp stone, rotting wood, and something fouler still, old sorrow. They moved as a single, resolute group across the overgrown courtyard. At each corner, tall iron stakes driven into cracked stone portals bore hooks from which hung braided strands of lavender, wormwood, and salt. Crane knelt at the first corner and placed 2 alabaster slabs, one vertical and one horizontal, forming a cross over the iron stake. With a silver knife, he carved a single rune, an ancient ward of severance, into the horizontal stone. Next, Darius ignited a coil of incense atop a portable brazier, and the fragrant smoke curled upward in pale tendrils as Father Ambrose sprinkled 3 drops of spring water into its burning heart. A soft hiss rose, then died away. The ground trembled as if exhaling. Shadows in the ruined walls shifted, but nothing else stirred. Encouraged, Marisol crossed to the second corner, her fingers trembling as she helped set the alabaster. She etched her first rune under Crane's guiding hand, a mark of binding that would trap the dark energy inside the perimeter. Edwin stood close, eyes wide, and offered her a new coil of incense when the first was spent. At the third corner, the black cat slipped through their midst, weaving between legs and pausing to hiss at a fissure in the stone. Professor Crane followed its gaze, a thin crack curled like a spider's web down the pillar. He frowned, touched the stone reverently, and murmured, "This is where her life spilled out. Evelina's blood stained the threshold." The darkness seeped through this fissure into the land itself. With that, he placed 2 bone-white alabaster slabs around the stake and chanted softly, invoking Saint Aldhelm's name. The slabs glowed faintly, and the fissure sealed as if being knitted shut. By the time they reached the fourth and final corner, dusk had dulled the sky to pewter gray. The manor's silhouette loomed larger, the broken towers like jagged teeth against the horizon. Marisol's feet dragged through brittle leaves and twisted roots. Edwin's lantern swung low, scattering frightened bats into the rafters. The fourth alabaster cross awaited the last seal before the rite of release. As Crane and Ambrose set the stones, Darius unslung a heavy alabaster slab repurposed from the manor's original cornerstone. Marisol and Edwin watched as their father knelt and set the slab in place, aligning it with the faded mortar of centuries past. The air crackled. A low rumble resonated through the ground, and from the windows came a chorus of muted sobs, a haunting lament that merged with the wind. A great gust rattled the remaining shutters, rattling the loose boards like chains. The black cat arched its back, fur bristling. Crane lifted his hands, and the Book of Vows snapped shut with a clap of thunder. "The purging is done," he intoned. "But now comes the true test, the rite of release." He handed the book to Father Ambrose and turned to Marisol. "You and Edwin must join us inside the manor. Be brave, and remember what you learned in the chapel. Do not speak to the revenant unless called, and let the wards protect you." Together they pressed through the grand entrance. The door groaned as though protesting their intrusion. Inside, the foyer was choked with dust and tendrils of shadow that curled along the ornate wainscoting. Tattered tapestries hung limply, their once vibrant scenes of knights and ladies now faded and torn. Candlelight from 10 rough pillars of iron cast flickering halos on the cracked marble floor. Father Ambrose arranged the pillars in a circle at the center of the foyer, each aflame with salted lamp oil. The black cat slinked between them, settling on the dais where the warped hardwood floor dipped at the entrance to the library. Crane produced the velvet box from the satchel, the one that held Evelina's ring, and placed it before him. Marisol felt the air contract, as though the manor itself held its breath. Ambrose opened the Book of Vows to the illuminated page depicting the bride's wedding. Evelina is standing in her gown of white, face luminous beneath the candlelight, but her eyes empty. Crane chanted in low cant, an archaic tongue that vibrated the very walls. Marisol watched as crimson glyphs, fresh blood inked from Crane's forearm, glowed around the circle. The ring hovered above the velvet box, lifted by an unseen force. At that moment, a keening wail split the air, half scream, half sob emanating from above. Shadows coalesced along the staircase in the back, forming the shape of Evelina herself, gown torn to shreds, hair stained a dull silver, with eyes the color of bruised sky. She drifted down the steps, hand outstretched, gaze fixed on the ring. Each of her footfalls left a blossom of black ash. Edwin trembled beside Marisol. "She's so sad," he whispered. Marisol nodded, whispering back, "We have to finish." She gripped his hand and stepped forward, placing a coil of nightshade incense at Evelina's feet. The smoke curled around the revenant's ankles, and she paused, head tilting. Crane's voice rose, "By the blood of Saint Aldhelm and the vow of the true ring, I command you, spirit of Evelina Evelyn, be unbound." His arms swept in an arc, and the Book of Vows burst into light, pages turning on their own. The ring slipped from the box and floated toward Evelina's hand. She reached out, but in that instant, the ground shook, and a guttural growl erupted from the walls. From the corners of the foyer, 4 shadowy tendrils lunged, snaking toward the circle and twisting around the alabaster pillars. The warded stones cracked. Candle flames sputtered. Edwin cried out, and Marisol felt a cold hand brush her arm. "Do not falter." Father Ambrose cried, advancing toward the darkness with his cruciform censer swinging. He swung it in wide arcs, scattering droplets of spring water that hissed on the shadows. Crane lunged to support him, stamping on a tendril of darkness with his boot. The tendrils recoiled, retreating to the walls in sizzling black puddles. Evelina stood at the center of the circle, the ring hovering mere inches from her pale palm. Tears welled in her empty eyes. Marisol took a breath, her voice steady despite the roar of fear. "Evelina," she said softly, "we return your promise. Let your heart be free." The air stilled. The ring settled into Evelina's hand. She pressed it to her chest, where it glowed bright red, then white. The shadow tendrils shrieked, unraveling like threads, until they dissolved into motes of light that drifted upward. Evelina's form brightened until she seemed almost translucent, no longer bound by rage or sorrow. She raised her eyes to Marisol and gave a small, sad smile that trembled with relief and farewell. Then, as if carried on a breath of wind, she drifted backward, through the open door, and into the courtyard, where she paused beneath the moonless sky. Marisol and Edwin watched, breath held, as 5 more spirits shapes of stone gargoyles and long-dead monks emerged to line the path. Evelina walked among them, ring glinting like a star. At the courtyard gate, she turned, lifting a spectral hand in a final wave. The spirits converged, formed a pillar of silver light, and vanished in a single, beautiful flash. The manor groaned one last time, and then all was still. Candle flames steadied. The alabaster pillars regained their luminous glow. Crane lowered the book, voice hoarse but triumphant. "It is done." Marisol sank to her knees, relief flooding her limbs. Edwin threw his arms around her, tears of victory on both their cheeks. Father Ambrose and Crane embraced, and even Darius allowed himself a shaky laugh. Above them, in the silent sky, the black cat stared from its perch, then leapt down and padded toward Marisol. It brushed against her legs once, its purr a soft promise, before slinking away into the shadows of the great hall. Marisol looked back at the darkened windows of Ravenwood. For the first time in centuries, it felt empty of dread. A single candle flickered in the east wing, a silent sentinel to the promise fulfilled. As the first pale light of dawn broke across the courtyard, Marisol knew that Evelina's spirit was finally at peace, and that Brookhollow could sleep without fear of the Revenant's lament. Marisol felt the ache of exhaustion as the carriage wheels rattled over Brookhollow's familiar cobblestones. Dawn had surrendered to full morning when they finally crossed the village green. Children paused their play to stare as Father Ambrose helped Darius lift the alabaster slabs from the back seat. Helena waited on the porch of their cottage, arms folded over her chest, hope and worry etched in her eyes. Edwin pressed the ring into Marisol's palm, its ruby surface cool and still. For a moment, all Marisol could see was the weight of what they had endured: the midnight ritual, the Revenant's lament, the crackle of dark tendrils that threatened to swallow them whole. But as they stepped from the carriage, a breeze drifted through the narrow lane carrying the scent of mown hay and lavender from the priory fields. Villagers emerged from thatched roof cottages, murmuring their thanks and relief. "The manor is purified," one woman cried, clasping Marisol's hands. "We can reclaim our harvest fields without fear of that cursed blight." Elder Jory, the village healer, pressed a copper token into Darius's palm. "A gift for your courage," he said. Marisol watched Edwin's shy smile as he accepted the token. It bore the mark of a protective eye, meant to ward off nightmares. They reached the cottage garden at midday, where Helena had set a simple feast: fresh bread, honeyed cheese, and strained broth. The family ate in silence, the kind of peaceful pause that follows survival. But as the sun climbed, an undercurrent of tension teased at Marisol's senses. Birds flew in uneasy formations, and the black cat slinked around her ankles, tail flicking as if tracking invisible prey. Marisol tucked a braid behind her ear and rose. "I need to see the Book of Vows," she told Father Ambrose. He nodded gravely. "It rests in the priory's reliquary. We must ensure its seals hold." They walked in convoy to St. Aldhelm's, where Canon Renaud reunited them with the glowing tome. Marisol ran her fingers over the embossed serpent on the cover. Yesterday's ward still pulsed faintly, but now she saw a new seal, a circular glyph on the last page, one they had never cast during the ritual. The symbol twisted like a spiral of thorny vines, and as her fingertip brushed its edge, it shivered, sending a tremor through the library's candlelight. That night, Edwin woke with a cry. Marisol found him trembling at the foot of their bed, eyes wild. "I dreamt of her," he whispered, voice tight with fear. Evelina was crying, but her eyes there was anger too. She held a flickering lantern, beckoning me into the dark water. Marisol knelt beside him, pressing the healer's token into his palm. It was only a memory of the revenant's sorrow. "You were brave yesterday. Rest now." But as she tucked him in, she glimpsed just beyond the lantern's glow a pair of obsidian eyes watching from the hallway's shadow. The next morning, Marisol rose before dawn. She carried the Book of Vows and the copper token to the pruned willow by the cottage gate, a spot where her family had hung prayer beads. She laid the book open to the spiral glyph and studied its form. Something about it felt hungry. The inscription beneath read, "When promise calls again, the covenant's echo shall awaken what slumbers beneath the stones." Chills raced along her spine. "What does that mean?" she muttered. The black cat emerged from the mist, nose twitching. It hopped onto the table, sketched 3 strokes of its claw in the dust, then vanished into the morning fog. Marisol stared at the shallow scratches. They formed a simple rune, one that, according to Father Ambrose's teachings, signified return and renewal. But whose renewal? And what was supposed to return? She raced to the Priory Chapel, where Ambrose and Crane were consulting maps of Ravenwood's old foundations. Professor Crane looked up, spectacles sliding down his nose. "You found the spiral," he said softly. "It's the Covenant Echo, a secondary bond that Evelina's spirit forged when she died. It sleeps beneath the manor's courtyard, an anchor for what she left behind." Darius frowned from the doorway. "Could it still harm us?" Crane ran a hand through his silver hair. "It's dormant until the ring returns to the threshold, then it calls fragments of that ancient sorrow back into being. If we ignore it, the manor's stonework could shatter, releasing energies far darker than a single revenant." Marisol's heart pounded. "So even though she's free, something else will emerge." Ambrose closed his eyes. "We must unearth the covenant before the next full moon, or its echo will awaken the curse of the ancestors, an event that has swallowed entire lineages in darkness." That afternoon, armed with picks and lanterns, the group ventured back across the village green, where children played under the sun as if nothing were wrong. They passed beneath Ravenwood's stone arch, the one window where Evelina had stood the night of the ritual, and found the courtyard restored to silence. Marisol knelt on the cool marble, tracing the spiral glyph with her fingertip. Beneath her touch, a faint pulse vibrated through the stone. Crane produced a metal compass that refused to point north. The needle spun until it quivered toward the fountain base. They pried loose a fractured slab, revealing a shallow crypt sealed by mortar. Edwin climbed down first, lantern held high, followed by Marisol. Inside lay a coffer carved with Evelina's wedding date in ancient script. Marisol swallowed hard, lifted the lid, and found nothing but dust and a single, chipped porcelain mask painted in black and white. She held it aloft. The mask's empty eye sockets stared back as snow-white darkness pooled at its edges. Darius knelt beside her. "A mask of mourning," he whispered. "It was worn by those who pledged to stand vigil for Evelina on her wedding night." Marisol traced a finger along the mask's cracked smile. Her reflection warped in the broken surface. "It must be part of the covenant," she said. "A symbol of the promise that never ended." She turned to Crane. "What do we do now?" Professor Crane's expression was grave. "Return the mask to the Book of Vows. Place it on the spiral glyph page, then recite the vow of release together." He held out a vellum scroll inscribed with the vow's text. They climbed from the crypt and set the coffer onto the courtyard's marble floor. Father Ambrose opened the Book of Vows to the spiral glyph, and Marisol laid the mask atop it. Edwin recited the first lines in trembling voice, followed by Darius, then Marisol, and finally Crane and Ambrose. As their voices harmonized, a wind stirred among the ruins, lifting leaves in a whirling dance. The mask glowed softly, its cracked smile filling with gold light. A rumble passed beneath their feet. The spiral glyph on the page expanded, tendrils of silver ink unfurling across the parchment. The mask's light brightened until it seemed to burn with conviction. Then, with a sudden crack, the porcelain mask shattered, fragments dancing off the page like stars. The Book of Vows snapped shut, severing the spiral glyph entirely. Silence fell. The wind stilled. Marisol and Edwin clutched each other, breath ragged. Crane exhaled in relief. "The covenant echo is silenced," he proclaimed. "Evelina's promise is complete, and the curse is undone." Father Ambrose placed a hand on Marisol's shoulder. But as the sun dipped low, Marisol noticed a single fragment of the mask lying between her boots, its painted smile intact, no larger than a fingernail. She picked it up and held it to the dying light. On the back, in minute script, was another inscription. "Should promise falter, the mask shall reforge what blood once bound." A cold dread washed over her. She slipped the fragment into her pocket, heart pounding. The manor behind them looked as still and lifeless as stone. Yet that tiny shard whispered of bonds that might never rest, and of trials still to come. They mounted their horses for the ride home, but Marisol felt the weight of unseen eyes upon them. The black cat followed at a distance, silhouetted against the courtyard arch. In her pocket, the porcelain shard shifted, as if eager for its destiny. Brookhollow's lanterns burned bright that night, welcoming them back. But in the silent dark beyond the village's edge, something stirred beneath Ravenwood stones, something ancient, patient, and still hungering for the promise that had once been broken. Morning broke in a ragged hush over Brookhollow, the sun's pale rays struggling through a blanket of drifting fog. Marisol woke before dawn, the scene etched in her memory from the night before Edwin's tearful dream, The masked fragments whisper in her pocket, the black cat's knowing gaze. She lay still for several heartbeats, listening for any sign of disturbance in the cottage, the steady rise and fall of her mother's breath, the faint creak of the floorboards beneath their empty chairs, the distant crow of a rooster greeting the new day. When she finally rose, she found Edwin at the window, peering out at the mist-shrouded lane. "I can't stop thinking about the piece of that mask," he said softly. It felt alive. Marisol drew her shawl tighter and joined him. "Me too. We did the ritual, but part of the covenant still sleeps in that porcelain shard." She glanced down at her own reflection in the glass, dark circles under her eyes, hair in tangled braids, determination burning in her gaze. "We need to figure out what it's calling for." They dressed in silence and crept into the kitchen, where Helena stirred oatmeal on the hearth. The fire's glow threw dancing shadows across her worried face. "Good morning, my loves," she said quietly, scooping bowls for them. Father Ambrose and Professor Crane rode off before dawn. "They say they must tend to the spring's sanctification. They detected a disturbance beneath St. Aldhelm's waters." Marisol frowned. "A disturbance? Could it be the Covenant echo waking?" Helena's hand trembled on the ladle. "Perhaps." The sisters found strange ripples in the pool last night, waves that moved against the wind, and shapes beneath the surface that vanished when lantern light touched them. She met Marisol's eyes, resolve hardening in her features. "We must choose. Do we chase every shadow back to Ravenwood and the Priory, or do we confront whatever stirs here in Brookhollow before it spreads?" Edwin met his sister's gaze. "I'm ready for whatever it takes," he said. Marisol exchanged a brief look with their mother. "Then we prepare." After breakfast, the three of them set out for the village square, where Father Ambrose had convened a town meeting. Lanterns still hung unlit from the blacksmith's sign, and farmers' carts creaked as they carried lumber for repairs to the priory's protective barricades. Ambrose stood atop a broad crate, holding the Book of Vows in one hand, the battered mask slowly turning in the other. Professor Crane paced at his side, eyes shadowed with concern. "Friends of Brookhollow," Ambrose called, voice echoing across the square, "the covenant we shattered at Ravenwood has left behind a final echo, this fragment of a mourning mask, imbued with powerful longing. If we do not bind it, the sorrow it carries will seep into our homes, our fields, our children's dreams. I ask for volunteers to help craft a protective hearth in this village, one that can contain the fragment's power and anchor it until we can properly lay it to rest." A murmur rippled through the crowd. Henrik the blacksmith stepped forward, sleeves rolled up to reveal cord muscles. "I'll forge iron plates," he offered. "Something to encase the fragment's container." Others volunteered: woodworkers to build a reinforced chest, farmers to decorate it with salt and lavender, the Healers' Guild to prepare blessed herbs. Marisol and Edwin joined the group, exchanging a brief, determined smile. By midday, the craftspeople were at work in the smithy, glowing steel cooled in rainwater and hammered into plates stamped with warding runes. At the carpenter's workshop, Oak beams were planed and nailed together into a stout chest, its interior lined with alabaster to resist corrosion from the fragment's aura. Helena oversaw the preparation of herb bundles wormwood, rue, and moonwort while Ambrose etched the final warding glyphs onto iron hinges and lock plates. Professor Crane approached Marisol as she tied a sprig of lavender to the chest's interior. He held out a small leather pouch containing crushed bone ash. This, from the deer that sacrificed itself on the night of Evelina's death, mixed with salt from the spring, will dampen the fragment's resonance. Place a pinch under each herb bundle. Marisol nodded, reverence in her fingertips as she worked. Edwin watched her side, his own hand steady despite his youth. At her side, the black cat slunk through the workshop, tail high, its jade eyes gleaming with uncanny understanding. As dusk fell, the protective hearth was complete, a heavy, rune-carved chest bound in iron, sealed with 4 wards representing earth, water, air, and fire. Ambrose placed the mask fragment inside and turned the key in the iron lock. A soft hum resonated through the chest, as if it recognized the wards as a cradle rather than a cage. The villagers stepped back in awed silence, while the priest sprinkled holy water and the smith signaled a flare of coals that painted the chest's runes in flickering light. Marisol and Edwin exchanged relieved looks. For the moment, the fragment was contained. Yet as the villagers began to disperse, laughter and conversation rising to push back the evening chill, Marisol felt a shiver run down her spine. She glanced toward the horizon, where Ravenwood Manor's silhouette was barely visible against the starless sky. The mask's shards were sealed here, but what of the wound they had reopened in ancient stones and priory springs? And what of the restless spirits yet uncounted? That night, the chest stood in the center of the square, guarded by the Sisters of St. Aldhelm's and the fiercest of Brookhollow's watchmen. Lanterns circled it like stars on earth, and a soft chant rose as they kept vigil. Marisol joined the circle of guardians, Helena at her right, Edwin at her left. The chest's hum was faint, but to Marisol it sounded like a heartbeat, steady, resolute. As the moon rose high, Marisol drifted into a light doze, only to be awakened by a sharp, tinny sound like metal scraping metal from inside the chest. Her heart pounded. She peered into the iron keyhole, nothing but darkness. She leaned in closer, her breath fogging the iron, and caught sight of a flicker of movement. "Edwin," she whispered, voice tight. "Wake up." Edwin stirred, rubbing his eyes. "Sis." She pointed at the chest. "Look." He peered too, jaw tightening. A wisp of pale smoke curled from beneath the sealed lid, drifting upward in lazy spirals. Within the smoke, Marisol thought she saw the shape of a bride's silhouette, soft and sorrowful, her face pressed against invisible bars, lips moving as if chanting a wordless plea. The sisters gasped and stepped back, one raising a holy censer. The smoke recoiled from the censer's incense and was drawn down, like water spiraling toward a drain. The chanting priests redoubled their voices, and the chest's wards flared bright white, sending the wisp quivering back inside. When silence fell again, the chest's hum had grown more insistent. Marisol exchanged a worried look with Ambrose, who stood nearby with a hand on his rosary beads. Adjacent to him, Crane's brow was furrowed, eyes reflecting torchlight. "We contain the fragment," Marisol said quietly. "But it's still calling out." Ambrose nodded gravely. "A covenant is never truly silenced until its promise is honored in full, and Evelina's last wish, her final vow, remains unknown." He turned to Crane. "We must learn what that vow was, and fulfill it." Professor Crane closed his eyes, breathing deeply. "There is a record, a ledger kept in the secret archives of the Amber Institute. It belonged to Evelina's family, the Avelin line. The last entry details of how she made on her wedding night, hidden from all but her closest confidant. If we recover that entry, we may discover her final wish." Marisol squared her shoulders. "Then we go to Amber Institute at first light. We must find the truth before the fragment's cry breaks the wards." Edwin nodded, resolve shining in his young eyes. Helena placed a comforting hand on Marisol's shoulder. "Be careful," she whispered. As the vigil resumed, Marisol stared at the chest's runes, their iron surfaces glowing in the lantern light. Somewhere within that box lay the key to laying every last vestige of the covenant to rest. But before they could claim it, they would have to confront the sorrow of a bride they never knew and face the secrets buried in the pages of a family's hidden diary. The night wind whispered through the empty stalls nearby, carrying echoes of unfulfilled promise and the promise of trials still to come. Before first light, the carriage jolted over rutted lanes as Marisol sat beside Edwin, their hands entwined on the velvet seat. Father Ambrose rode at the coachman's side, clutching the Book of Vows to his chest, while Professor Crane leaned forward, studying a leather map marked with crimson ink. A hush weighed over Brookhollow, only the hoot of an owl and the distant clatter of shutters greeted their departure. Behind them, the rune-carved chest lay under vigil in the village square, its iron wards humming like a heartbeat. The journey to Greyfen was swift beneath a pale morning sky. Mist drifted off the marshes as they passed ghostly wisps that curled around the carriage wheels, but the Covenant Echo's call remained contained, muffled by the sealed chest. Marisol breathed easier when they reached the amber-hued spire of the Institute, its stone walls gleaming with the first rays of dawn. Towering gargoyles flanked the main gate, their cracked faces leering down at travelers as if guarding secrets older than memory. A lantern-lit corridor led them through the Institute's antechamber and into the archives, a vast hall of silent stacks, each row of oaken shelves heavier than the last, groaning under the weight of bound volumes. Professor Crane strode ahead, tracing glyphs carved into the doorframe with fingertips caked in bone ash. "This ward protects against prying eyes," he murmured, reciting a chant in a tongue that rippled through the air like wind through reeds. At his command, the great iron door swung open, revealing a narrow spiral staircase descending into subterranean vaults. Edwin's small voice trembled. "It's so dark." Marisol squeezed his shoulder. "We have lanterns and Father Ambrose's wards. We'll be safe." They followed Crane and the priest down mossy steps into a vaulted chamber. The walls were lined with glass cases holding family artifacts, lockets of hair, faded portraits, broken signet rings, and at the far end stood a pedestal carved from black marble, atop which lay the A Velen family ledger. Its cover was embossed with a crescent moon entwined by ivy, and the spine bore Evelina's wedding date in silver script. Before they could approach, a soft rustling echoed through the vault, and a figure emerged from the shadows, an elderly woman in a tattered robe, her hair loose and streaked with white. Her eyes were pits of sorrow, and in her hand she held a silver quill that dripped ink like tears. "Who dares disturb the archive of promises?" she whispered, voice echoing oddly against damp stone. Father Ambrose stepped forward, gentle but firm. "We seek only to read the final vow of Evelina of Ellen. It is vital to lay a covenant to rest that still haunts Brookhollow." The spectral librarian's gaze flickered to the sealed chest above, as though sensing the imprisoned fragment's cry. "Many have come," she murmured. "Few have left with truth. To claim her vow, you must answer the question that binds it." Professor Crane nodded. "We are prepared." The librarian gestured, and the glass cases dissolved into runes of starlight, swimming in mid-air. One rune glowed brighter, the symbol for heart. Underneath, a single riddle appeared in pale letters. "I am prisoner to words and blood, yet freer than the fleeting wind. Invisible, I shape your world. What am I, bound yet uncontained?" Edwin knelt to read aloud, "Prisoner to words and blood, freer than wind, invisible but shaping our world, what is it?" He glanced at Marisol, brow furrowed. "Memory," Marisol said softly. "Or promise." The runes pulsed. "Close," intoned the librarian. Then another word appeared beneath the first. "I endure in mortal flesh, yet outlast empires rise and fall. I bind souls across the breach. Name me true, and gain your prize." Marisol exchanged a quick look with Crane. "Promise," she said with confidence. "A vow once spoken and sealed in blood." The runes brightened and scattered like silver motes. The librarian nodded, sorrow giving way to a faint relief. "You are true to the heart. Speak the vow's first words, as she wrote them, and the ledger shall open." Marisol took a steady breath, recalled the phrase that had echoed in her dreams, and spoke, "I, Evelina of Ellen, in life and death, bind my heart to the man who stands by my side, until time itself forgets our names." At her words, the ledger's lock clicked. Father Ambrose gently lifted the heavy leather cover, and Marisol turned the brittle pages until she found the last entry, written in Evelina's neat hand. The candlelight trembled as she read aloud. "My beloved Matthias, if fate denies our union in life, I pledge to follow you beyond the veil, to guide your soul with my own. Should the world forsake me, let this ring remain on my finger until our spirits reunite. No curse shall sunder the bond we forged this night." Marisol's throat tightened. The words glowed with a soft, golden light, as if imbued with life. She realized that Evelina's true vow went beyond mere promise of loyalty. It was a pledge of eternal guardianship, a beacon for two souls lost in death. As they digested the revelation, a sudden breath of cold wind extinguished their lanterns. A presence filled the vault, a man in tattered seer's robes, eyes ringed with grief and anger. He stepped forward, spectral chains binding his wrists. "You have released her true vow," he rasped. "But not mine. I, Matthias Evelyn, was to be her guide. I could not follow her into the darkness. Her promise ensnared me here. Now, I demand her ring as my release." Marisol's heart thundered. The revenant of Evelina's betrayer stood before them, wreathed in starlight and despair. Father Ambrose raised his crucifix, murmuring binding prayers. Professor Crane stepped beside him, clenched fist glowing with bone ash wards. The ghost lunged for the ledger, but Edwin sprang between them, holding the tarnished ring at arm's length. "Not now," he shouted. "It belongs to her." Matthias recoiled, chains rattling. "Then break your promise. Cast it into the spring. I shall be free." Marisol's gaze flicked between the ring and the ledger's glowing oath. She realized that if they handed the ring to Matthias, Evelina's spirit would be torn from its rest. Yet if they denied him, his unrest might shatter the bonds they had carefully woven. Father Ambrose's voice cut through the tension. "The Book of Vows holds another clause, where blood binds one, candor frees two. Speak your truth before him, child, and honor her gift. Let honesty redeem broken faith." Marisol stepped forward, heart pounding with fierce clarity. "I have seen her sorrow and her love. I carry her ring not to bind her to death but to guide her home. Matthias, you are bound by your fear, not by her vow. I offer you this truth: if you forgive her betrayal, you may join her spirit at the threshold and move on together." The vault went silent. The seer's chains rattled as he stared at Marisol, anguish softening in his eyes. He gazed at the ring in Edwin's trembling hand, then at the ledger's glowing passage. A single tear of starlight fell from his cheek. Then, "Let it be so," he whispered. "May our hearts find peace beyond the veil." He reached out, touched the ring gently, and in that instant, the chains shattered into dust. A shaft of golden light burst from the ledger's pages, illuminating the entire vault. Matthias's form brightened until he stood beside Evelina's memory shining on a distant wall, two ghostly figures reunited at last. They smiled at each other, then faded into a cascade of silver motes that drifted heavenward. The lanterns reignited with a soft glow. The ledger snapped shut, its runes sealed, the final clause consumed in light. Professor Crane exhaled, brushing ash from his sleeves. Father Ambrose closed his eyes in prayer. Edwin slipped the ring back into the velvet box, and Marisol felt the weight of both mercy and resolve settle in her chest. In the stillness, she realized that breaking curses was only part of their journey. To truly honor every soul, they had to understand the heartbeats beyond blood and ink. As the vault's heavy door creaked open, Marisol led her family upward, ready now to face whatever lay beneath St. Aldhelm's spring and to finally end the Covenant's echoes once and for all. Before the first glimmer of dawn, Marisol and Edwin stood at the edge of St. Aldhelm's spring, where the cold water pooled in a natural basin fed by an underground source. The last vestiges of mist curled across its surface, obscuring the depth below. Father Ambrose and Professor Crane joined them, each bearing relics and instruments for the final ceremony, a silver chalice, a length of braided willow rope soaked in consecrated oil, and the Book of Vows, now sealed but ready to receive one final inscription. Helena arrived last, carrying the rune-carved chest that held the shard of Evelina's mask. The chest's iron locks were engraved with warding sigils that glowed faintly. The copper token from Elder Jory was strapped around its handle. Marisol pressed her palm against the cool wood, steadying her nerves. "This is it," she whispered to Edwin. "We finish what we started." Edwin nodded, clutching the flask of spring water that Father Ambrose had collected earlier. "I'm ready." The soft echo of their footsteps blended with the lapping of water against rounded stones. The path wound through the priory served gardens, where lavender and rue hung heavy in twilight fragrance. Lanterns hung from wrought iron stakes, their light painted flickering patterns on the ground. At the far end, a carved stone basin stood elevated on a dais of hewn rock, its sides etched with an ancient script that glowed like embers. Professor Crane knelt before the inscription, running his fingers along the shallow grooves. This verse speaks of a spirit's baptism of water as a mirror for the soul. He turned to Ambrose. "Father, we must call upon the spring's guardian." Ambrose bowed his head. Murmuring a prayer in the old tongue, he dipped his censer into consecrated sand and flicked it toward the surface of the basin. A soft hiss rose as the incense struck the water, and the surface rippled outward in concentric rings. In that moment, the air filled with the distant murmur of voices like a choir singing from beneath the earth. Marisol felt a tremor beneath her feet. She gripped Edwin's hand, steadying him as he peered into the swirling water. Shapes moved just beneath the surface, pale arms that reached upward, then vanished. A choir of silent faces drifted like reflections. Their voices rose in a melodic lament. "Return what was fractured, restore what was broken." Edwin swallowed. "They're calling, but why?" Marisol tightened her jaw. "They echo Evelina's call, the fragments of spirits bound to the site. We have the mask shard, but we need their consent." Ambrose's voice rang out. "Spirits of St. Aldhelm's spring, we beseech you, witness this covenant's end. Grant us passage to the well beneath, where the river's heart beats strongest. Guide our souls, that we may seal this promise forever." As the last words faded, the water glowed with an inner light. A pillar of mist rose from the basin, taking form as a slender figure draped in robes of shifting water. Her face was pale, eyes like polished quartz. In one hand she held a pearl-white shell, in the other, a length of braided willow. She drifted forward, motionless but felt in every ripple of the basin. Marisol stepped forward, voice steady. "Guardian of the spring, we bring the final fragment of the covenant, a piece of the bride's mourning mask. We ask for your blessing to seal her vow and free all spirits bound by sorrow. The water spirit inclined her head, and the spring's light intensified, bathing them in shimmering radiance. She extended the shell toward Marisol. Place the fragment within, came her voice like wind through reeds. Marisol opened the chest and withdrew the tiny porcelain shard. It glinted with the last rays of dawn as she pressed it into the shell. At once, the water's surface froze in place, then burst forth in a fountain of liquid light that arced over the spring and rained down in shimmering droplets. Each drop crackled with energy as it fell, splashing against the moss-covered stones and evaporating in a wisp of silver smoke. Professor Crane knelt and uncorked the flask of spring water, pouring it slowly into the shell. The mixture hissed and bubbled, then settled into a mirror-smooth pool. Ambrose opened the Book of Vows to a blank page and held the silver chalice above the pool. Marisol and Edwin knelt on either side, solemn as the world held its breath. By water and word, by promise and deed, Ambrose intoned, we witness the end of this covenant. Let all bonds of grief be severed, all echoes of sorrow be stilled. In the name of Saint Aldhelm, I seal this vow. He poured the chalice's contents onto the page, and the ink shimmered as it spread. The shell floated to the center of the pool, dissolving in a flash of white light. The page beneath glowed with a single line of script in Evelina's hand. I release my promise, that love may transcend life's veil. The glow enveloped the group, warm and gentle. The water spirit drifted closer, hands raised in blessing. Then, with a final pulse of light, the chalice's liquid shattered into motes that drifted into the air, forming a sparkling arch above the spring. The water returned to its natural state, still and clear as glass. Edwin let out a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding. Marisol pressed his shoulder, tears of relief cling her eyes. It's done, she whispered. The shell, now empty, slipped beneath the surface and disappeared. The chest sealed itself with a soft click, wards shifting over the iron locks to complete the circle of magic. The Book of Vows bobbed as Ambrose closed it, the final phrase shimmering briefly before fading into the leather cover. Suddenly, a rumble shook the dais. Stones cracked along the basin's edge, and the path beneath their feet trembled. The water spirit's form solidified, her robes flowing around her like liquid flame. Before Marisol could react, the ground split open along a hairline fissure that ran from the spring to the priory wall. From the chasm rose a dark plume of water that swirled overhead before collapsing in upon itself. Marisol staggered backward as something huge broke free from beneath the spring, a creature of stone and water, its form half submerged in the basin. It had the head of a stag, antlers of dripping rock, and eyes that glowed with a molten core. Its body rippled like a distorted reflection in a disturbed pool, legs submerged yet fluid, as if carving the very water into its shape. The stag creature bellowed, a sound that echoed through the gardens like a cracking boulder. The lanterns flickered, and reeds along the path bowed as if caught in a gale. Edwin clung to Marisol's hand, wide-eyed. Father Ambrose drew his cruciform censer and stepped forward. By the oath of Saint Aldhelm, be bound. He called. He swung the censer in great arcs, and drops of holy water sparked as they struck the beast's flanks. The creature recoiled, water cascading off its form in luminous rivulets. Professor Crane raised a slender rod tipped with a crystal that pulsed with bone ash wards. He traced a rune in the air, it glowed bright and shot forward like a bolt of light, striking the stag's antlers. The beast stumbled, antlers cracking under the rune's power. Marisol realized that this was the final test. The spirit guardian's duty was to challenge those who sought to sanctify the spring. If they could withstand the trial, the spring itself would be fully purified. She grabbed Edwin's hand and raised the silver chalice. The chalice of vows, she cried. To the heart of its power. She and Edwin hurried to the edge of the basin, where the creature reared. Marisol held the chalice out. Through the crystal clear side she saw the creature's molten eyes fix on them. She took a deep breath and called out, by promise fulfilled, by covenant complete, I offer the chalice's touch. She tipped the chalice, letting a stream of blessed water flow onto the creature's head. The stag's antlers steamed, antlers fracturing like damp sandstone. The creature trembled, its molten eyes flickering. It let out a final bellow, then its form wavered, water rippling outward until it collapsed into the basin in a single drop. The fissure sealed itself with a soft snap, and the ground stilled. Silence fell over the spring. The lanterns glowed steadily once more, and the reeds righted themselves. The water spirit bowed her head, then drifted toward Marisol and Edwin. In her gaze was pride and gratitude, as if she recognized their courage and devotion. She raised her hands in blessing, then dissolved into the mist that rose from the basin, merging with the dawn's first rays. Father Ambrose and Professor Crane exhaled, their faces alight with relief. Helena rushed forward, wrapping Marisol and Edwin in an embrace. You did it, she whispered. You saved everything. Marisol let the chorus of joy wash over her, tears streaming freely now. Edwin leaned into her, smiling through his own tears. We did it together, he said. Marisol looked back to the spring's still surface, the carvings now glowing with the soft amber light. The final covenant was sealed, atemporal sorrow had been stilled, the covenant's echoes silenced at last. As the sun broke fully over the horizon, Brookhollow's future shone bright and clear, undaunted by shadows, bound only by hope. When Marisol, Edwin, and their family finally returned to the Morcant cottage, the village of Brookhollow had settled into a distracted tranquility, the kind that follows great upheaval, when the world seems safer yet still hums with the memory of danger. Children played in dusty lanes, farmers coaxed seedlings from the softened earth, and the blacksmith's hammer rang out over the rooftops, announcing the forging of new tools and fresh plowshares. Yet as Marisol unlocked the front door, a chill rolled down her spine. The cottage, so familiar and warm, felt empty. Ashes lay undisturbed in the hearth, and the brass kettle was still on its hook, half filled with yesterday's leftover broth. Curtains fluttered at the windows even though no breeze stirred the shutters outside. Mom. Marisol called softly. Edwin. Helena emerged from the back room, eyes wide. In her hand, she held a single porcelain shard, one of the mask fragments from the Covenant's chest. "I found this under your bed," she said, voice trembling. "But I thought we put them all away." Marisol's heart clenched. She knelt beside the hearth and whispered a prayer, but as her fingertips brushed the cold bricks, the embossed warding runes they had carved during the cleansing ritual seemed to flicker and darken, as though hiding from her touch. Edwin stuck his head around the doorframe, frown creasing his brow. "I heard scratching," he whispered. "Like something was under the floorboards." Before Marisol could answer, a sharp crack sounded above them, like a beam splintering in the attic. Slowly, deliberately, the chandelier swung, casting dancing shadows against the walls. Father Ambrose entered, censer in hand. He paused at the threshold, nostrils flaring at the scent of hollow melancholy. "The covenants were sealed at the spring," he said quietly, "yet the echo of old grief stirs in your home. There must be a fragment we overlooked." Professor Crane appeared behind him, rubbing his temples. "The elemental ward on this cottage is strong, but it's not immune to residual echoes, especially where the bloodlines of Brookhollow intersect with the Avellan legacy." He turned to Marisol. "Your family home was built over the ancient well that once supplied Ravenwood's servants. That well was fed by the same subterranean waters we consecrated. If any regrets, promises, or unspoken words lingered in that spring, they could drift here." Marisol swallowed. "How do we drive them out?" Crane produced a small parchment scroll etched with a diagram of braiding willow wands and silver threads. "We must weave a hearth, ward, a circle of braided willow around your fireplace, interlaced with silver filaments and blessed salt. You'll create a nexus that anchors the home's spirits in peace rather than sorrow." Helena and Edwin moved aside as Marisol knelt by the hearth. They retrieved broomcorn bundles of fresh willow shoots from a corner by the back door left over from Crane's previous rituals and began to braid them tightly, weaving in lengths of silver wire that Helena had recently purchased in the market. As they worked, Ambrose intoned a low chant over the kettle, infusing its water with holy salt and the scent of lavender. Outside, a gust rattled the window-sill, and a single raven alighted on the window-sill, turning its head to observe as if judging their effort. Marisol paused, meeting its glimmering eye, and realized the raven was the shape the black cat sometimes assumed when it slipped between realms. It cawed once and vanished in a puff of dark smoke. Edwin poured the consecrated salt water into a shallow pewter bowl placed on the hearth's hearthstone. Marisol laid the braided willow circle gently atop the bowl's rim. Ambrose waved his censer, and the salt water hissed as the incense fell into it. The willow glowed faintly, filaments of silver flashing like stars. Crane pressed a gloved finger to the back of his hand and drew a rune of release in the air, tracing it over the circle. "Speak your home's promise," he instructed. Marisol closed her eyes. She envisioned the laughter of her family beneath this roof, the glow of the hearth on winter nights, the stories told around the fire that shaped their lives. Then she spoke, voice steady and clear, by blood of hearth and heart of home, we banish all sorrow's wraith. May this place be refuge and rest, where no unbidden spirit stirs. The hearth flared in response, bright orange against the pale winter dawn. Flames danced within the circle, yet they did not burn the willow or the silver. Instead, the braids glowed, and a soft sigh like released breath drifted through the room. The warding runes on the hearth bricks rekindled with a pale light, resealing themselves. All at once, the sound of movement erupted from within the hearth like the shifting of stones, then the laugh of a child. A pale, translucent figure of a young girl in a tattered dress appeared among the flames. She stared at the circle, her features sad but curious, and then pointed at the fallen shard Marisol had found. "He's still here," the ghost whispered, a voice like wind chimes. Before anyone could answer, the apparition vanished, leaving only an echo. Marisol's blood ran cold. "A child's spirit," she murmured, eyes on the shard in Helena's hand. "But the mask fragments belong to Evelina's mourning mask, so who is this child?" Ambrose knelt and touched the shard, careful not to break it further. "We overlooked this fragment. It was hidden beneath the floorboards, perhaps carried here by the water's flow or by a servant's hand. But this child's presence means there's a promise bound to her." Professor Crane nodded. "We need to know her name and her vow. Without it, her spirit cannot rest, and it will cling to the heart of your home." He gestured toward Marisol. "You must journey once more to Ravenwood's servant quarters. There you will find a children's register carved into a hidden beam, names of the manor's youngest guests. Search for a girl whose fate was entwined with Evelina's wedding." Marisol rose, determination settling over her like a cloak. "I'll go tonight." She looked at Edwin. "Will you come with me?" He nodded without hesitation. "Together." That evening, after dinner, Marisol and Edwin crept from the cottage under a sliver of moon. The wards around the home glowed faintly at each window, a gentle assurance that the hearth was safe. The night air was crisp, and the path to Ravenwood Manor lay bathed in silver light, pale as frost. At the manor, the servants' wing was silent, windows shuttered, gates padlocked by the villagers' repairs. Yet at Marisol's knock, the great oak door swung open with a creaking moan. She clutched her lantern and stepped inside, Edwin at her heels. The corridors were lined with hastily stripped wallpaper, and scrawled beneath the peeling floral patterns were childish names and dates, tallies of birthdays, and simple drawings of birds and flowers. Marisol traced the carvings with trembling fingers until she found a discreet symbol beneath the hallway beams, a small, stylized heart. Under it, scrawled nearly illegibly, was the name, Lyra of Ellen, my dearest flower, April 18, 1672. Edwin's breath caught. Lyra. Marisol knelt and uttered a soft prayer. Lyra's spirit was bound here, grief-stricken when the bride vanished, perhaps forgotten by history. Her promise, she must have vowed to wait for Evelina's return. She retrieved the final mask shard from her pocket, a smaller fragment, smoother at the edges. Holding it aloft, she spoke, "Lyra, child of the servants, I return your promise. May your waiting end and your spirit be free." The fragment glowed, and the hallway lights flickered. From the rafters came the soft pitter-patter of small footsteps, then a gentle sigh like petals falling. A pale girl in a simple linen dress appeared, clutching a withered blossom in her hand. Her eyes brimmed with sorrow, but at Marisol's words, they softened into relief. Marisol extended the shard toward her. Lyra took it, placing it against her chest. The mask's painted smile brightened, then shattered into motes of light that drifted upward. Lyra's form wavered, softened, then dissolved in a graceful swirl of petals and laughter, childish, pure, finally unburdened. Edwin reached out, his voice catching. "Goodbye, Lyra." In the silence that followed, the manor's servant wing felt lighter, no longer weighed by the echo of a child's grief. Marisol and Edwin shared a look of quiet triumph. As they left, the manor's front door closed behind them with a soft click, and they hurried back to Brookhollow under the moonless sky. When they returned to the cottage, the wards around the hearth glowed steady and warm, and the front door's latch fell silent when Helena locked it. Inside, the family gathered by the fireplace. Darius placed a gentle hand on Marisol's shoulder. "You've done more than any of us could have asked," he said softly. Helena added, "Our home feels whole again." Edwin curled against his sister's side, eyelids heavy with sleep. Marisol looked into the glowing hearth and whispered, "It's over." She did not see the pair of pale eyes watching from the shadow beneath the staircase, nor the soft flutter of a child's laugh carried on a breeze. For now, Brookhollow's hearth was safe, but beyond the cottage walls, in the darkened lanes, some promises still waited to be remembered, and some shadows still sang with ancient sorrow. A week had passed since Lyra's gentle spirit was released beneath the manor rafters, and Brookhollow breathed a tentative sigh of relief. Yet on the eve of the harvest moon, a new unease stirred in the air, a dull hum that vibrated through the stones of the cottages and made lantern flames waver in their sockets. Marisol stood at her window, watching fog coil across the fields like restless fingers. Edwin sat cross-legged on the floor, sketching the remnants of the willow-silver hearthward in a tattered journal. Their father, Darius, polished the farming implements by the hearth, while Helena hummed a soft lullaby as she stitched repairs to Edwin's cloak. Nothing seemed amiss, yet Marisol's heart pounded. Just before midnight, a knock came at the door. A dark, hooded figure slipped into the lamplight, a tall woman whose eyes glimmered like dewdrops. In one hand she carried a wreath woven from blackthorn and ivy, in the other, a battered lantern whose pale light pulsed with an unnatural beat. "I am Erwin of the Wilderwood," the stranger announced, voice tinted with mossy echoes. "You have cleansed the manor and healed its wounds, yet the forest itself calls for atonement. I bring the summons of the Dryad King, a procession at moon's zenith, to walk the ancient circle and seal the bond between people and wood." Marisol exchanged a glance with Ambrose, who had arrived at the door behind the woman. "We have served every spirit bound to this land," Ambrose said. "Why does the forest demand more?" Erwin's lips curved in a sad smile. The consecration at St. Aldhelm's spring brought new life back to the water, but in the process we severed the subtle ley lines that feed the trees. The Dryad King fears his realm will wither. You must carry the wreath to the stone circle in Wilderwood, place it at midnight, and walk the path of moss and root until dawn. Then the forest's grace will return. Edwin's eyes shone with excitement. We'll go. Marisol hesitated. She had promised her mother to remain at home once all curses were broken, but she saw in Helena's nod a mixture of pride and concern. We'll do it, she said. Within the hour, Marisol, Edwin, Erwin, Father Ambrose, and Professor Crane set out with lanterns swinging. The path to Wilderwood was overgrown, brambles tugged at cloak hems, and mushrooms glowed faintly underfoot. The black cat padded ahead, its jade eyes guiding them through the gloom. Once they entered the forest proper, the air turned damp and sweet with low. Owls hooted, and somewhere a branch cracked sharply like a whip. At the heart of the wood, they found a circle of root stones, a ring of ancient monoliths carved with spiraling vines and crowned by a colossal oak whose gnarled limbs sheltered the sky. Moss carpeted the ground so thickly that their footsteps left barely a sound. Moonlight filtered through the canopy, spotlighting the largest stone, upon which rested the Dryad King's wreath. Erwin placed her lantern at the circle's edge and handed the wreath to Marisol. It was heavy with blackthorn spikes twisted around ivy leaves. The scent of damp earth and distant rain clung to it. Marisol lifted it reverently, then set it atop the root-etched stone. Immediately, the wreath's ivy leaves unfurled, curling down the monolith like living veins. A deep rumble shook the earth. The trees around them rustled in unison, and the bark on the stones glowed silver. From the oak above descended a figure clad in living bark and leaf-woven robes, the Dryad King himself. His eyes were ancient pools of emerald, and vines coiled like living tattoos across his arms. You have braved every trial of spirit and stone, he intoned. Now, walk the midnight path, that I may see your hearts are true. Only by treading between rootstone 1 and rootstone 12 without breaking the scent of ivy may you renew the covenant. Professor Crane unrolled his scroll of sigils. The midnight path is marked by 12 stones, each with a unique glyph. You must place a sprig of ivy at each and speak the vow of respect. Any misstep, and the forest's heart will close forever. Marisol swallowed and looked at Edwin. He gripped her hand. Together, they stepped onto the mossy ring. Rootstone 1 bore the glyph for breath, and Marisol spoke softly, "By breath I honor your life force." She pinned a sprig of ivy into a carved notch. The stone glowed, and faint motes of light drifted upward. They moved to rootstone 2 blood, where Edwin whispered, "By blood I honor the lifeblood that flows within every tree." A drop of his palm's warmth sufficed to activate the rune, sending a warm glow along the ring. At each stone, they repeated. Rootstone 3, bone, with Helena's voice through Erwin's guidance. 4, song, as Ambrose chanted a hymn that blended with the wind. 5, dream, where Crane recited an incantation learned from the Avellan ledger. 6, root. 7, crown. 8, sap. 9, shade. 10, memory. 11, promise, and finally 12, unity. With each ivy-clad notch, the grove breathed deeper. Old branches sighed, new shoots unfurled in the moonlight. At the last stone, the Dryad King lowered his head. You have honored every aspect of the forest's life. By ivy and oath, the pact is renewed. He extended a hand, and from his palm blossomed a thread of living vine. He wove it into a slender circlet and placed it on Marisol's head. This circlet binds your family to Wilderwood's heart. Wear it in times of trial, and the forest will answer your call. Then he did the same for Edwin, Ambrose, Helena, and Crane. A surge of warmth rippled through them as the forest around erupted in faint luminescence, mushrooms glowed like lanterns, fireflies drifted in spirals, and the ancient oak's leaves shivered with fresh life. The circle hummed in harmony with their hearts, and the hush of midnight deepened into a lullaby of peace. As the procession withdrew from the ring, Orwyn turned to Marisol. The forest thanks you, daughter of oak and hearth. Yet remember, every covenant must be maintained by kindness and respect. Let no axe wound the bark, no fire scorch the roots, and the bond shall endure. Back in Brookhollow, Dawn found Marisol asleep on her doorstep, circlet of ivy nestled in her hair. Edwin was curled at her feet, his journal open to a new page entitled Pacts of the Wilderwood. Father Ambrose and Professor Crane stood by the carriage, sharing quiet words. Helena emerged with fresh porridge, and Darius carried a bundle of wood for the hearth. When Marisol awoke, she found the villagers gathering at her door, their faces bright with news. The forest's edge was green with new growth, the crops promised a bountiful harvest, and the springs' waters shimmered with clarity. Marisol rose, brushing dew from her skirts. She lifted the circlet and placed it in a shallow wicker basket alongside the rune-carved wreath of blackthorn and ivy, tokens of peace between Brookhollow and Wilderwood. At the hearth that evening, as the family shared their simple meal, Marisol realized that their journey had come full circle, from dark halls of Ravenwood to luminous depths of St. Aldhelm's Spring, and into the very heart of the Wilderwood itself. Each trial had tested their courage, compassion, and unity, and with every promise kept, a fragment of sorrow was mended into hope. Outside, the black cat watched from a window sill, its eyes reflecting the warm glow within. It gave a single, contented purr before disappearing into the night. And as Brookhollow settled into restful slumber, Marisol knew that whatever the future held, they would face it together, bound by vows of blood and spirit, and by the enduring magic of a promise kept. Autumn's chill had settled over Brookhollow, painting the thatched roofs in frost each dawn and turning the forest edges to a riot of amber and gold. Harvest had come and gone, and the villagers now prepared for the festival of mists, a time when the veil between worlds was said to wane, and the grateful spirits of land and water returned to bless the people with safe passage through winter's long nights. Marisol stood on the edge of the village green, watching as stalls were raised and lanterns hung between the maple trees. Each lantern bore a warding sigil drawn in charcoal and sealed with beeswax, an innovation of Father Ambrose and Professor Crane that combined pastoral tradition with their freshly honed knowledge of magic. Baskets of dried lavender and mugwort were strung in arcades, and willow wreaths woven with silver thread adorned every doorway. The air smelled of wood smoke, roasted chestnuts, and the tang of spiced cider. Edwin darted between tables piled with carved gourds, laden with apples dipped in honey and candied ginger. He waved a cinnamon stick, breath misting in the cool air. "Sis, come taste the sweet mead," he called, wide grin lighting his freckled cheeks. Marisol smiled but paused, eyes drifting toward the forest line. She felt a familiar tug at the back of her mind as though some long-forgotten melody stirred among the rustling leaves. Just then, Erwin appeared, stepping from the shadow of the hill where the wreath stones still stood hidden in moss and ivy. She carried a shallow bowl carved from oak, its surface etched with the same spirals that decorated the circle of root stones. "The Dryad King sends his greetings," she announced softly, voice scented with pine resin. "Tonight, as mists swirl through the wood, he asks for your aid once more. The boundary wards we set must be reforged at the festival center, atop the old well that once served Ravenwood's tenants. Only then will the mist keep its benevolent grace." Marisol's heart quickened. She exchanged a glance with Edwin, whose eyes shone with excitement tinged by concern. "We'll help," she said, nodding. Near her, Helena stirred a cauldron of honeyed broth, and Darius heft bundles of willow rods. The villagers gathered, sensing the urgency in Erwin's tone. As twilight fell, the villagers assembled around the ancient stone well in the heart of the green. Its circular lip was cracked and weathered, but at its base the warded iron rings once placed by Marisol's ancestors in a gesture of communal protection glowed faintly beneath layers of moss. Now, those rings needed renewal. Father Ambrose stood atop the well's rim, book of vows and ink in hand. Professor Crane carried a satchel of silver filings and bone ash powder, while Erwin positioned the oak bowl atop a carved stump beside the well. Marisol and Edwin joined the circle, each holding a length of braided willow dipped in elderflower oil. Village elders formed the outer ring, their chanting rising like distant thunder. "Begin with the ink of ancient thou," Ambrose intoned, dipping a quill in blood-red ink drawn from the sacrificial rose hips of the marsh. He drew a wide sigil of protection across the iron ring, an 8-petaled lotus enclosed by spirals. The ink glowed with a faint pulse. "By word and witness, we bind this place against darkness." Marisol knelt and pressed her braided willow against the iron, tracing the wood-soaked fibers along the grooves of Ambrose's glyph. The oil sizzled and smoked in gentle coils, and a whirl of mist rose from the iron, twisting into a miniature tempest. Edwin repeated the act on the next segment, murmuring a vow of honor, "By kin and covenant, no malice may cross this gate." One by one, the warding loops around the well were renewed, each purchased goodwill of the villagers woven into the ritual, Darius's carving of new runes keyed to the land's fertility, Helena's ribbons of lavender and rue binding the well to healing, the blacksmith's newly forged iron plate sealed with bone ash. Finally, Professor Crane sprinkled silver filings in a circle around the well, and Erwin poured the oak bowl's contents, water drawn fresh from St. Aldhelm's spring, into the well, where it splashed with an otherworldly glow. As the last drop fell, the well's dark surface erupted in mist, coiling upward until it formed a ghostly figure, a maiden robed in lotus petals, her hair braided with seaweed and silver bells. The villagers gasped as her presence filled the square, carrying a hush that seemed to breathe through every soul. This was the spirit of mists, guardian not only of the forest but of the liminal spaces where rain met earth. The spirit's eyes met Marisol's, and the words came not aloud but in a shared vision of soft rain on roofs and quiet footfalls on dewy grass. We thank you, children of hearth and field. Your faith has healed wounds unseen. Yet one promise remains, to remember the boundary between realms with respect, humility, and joy. The spirit raised her arms, and the mists that had blossomed around the well drifted outward, weaving between the lanterns and bathing the festival in pearl-scent light. Everywhere the villagers felt cool fingers brush their cheeks an embrace from the unseen world. Edwin pressed close to Marisol, awe in his young voice. "It's beautiful," he whispered. Marisol bowed her head. "We did it," she murmured, tears shining in her eyes. "The covenant holds." The spirit's form shimmered and faded, the mist receding into the branches of the maples. In her place lay a single lotus petal of translucent white, resting atop the well's stone rim. Marisol reached forward and touched it, feeling a pulse of living magic beneath her fingertips. Father Ambrose lowered his book. "Let each family take a petal home," he instructed. "Place it somewhere sacred, a cradle, a hearth, or a threshold to bind your home to the circle's blessing through winter." The villagers fell silent, reverently gathering petals that glowed softly in their palms. That night, lanterns gleamed like stars across Brookhollow. Marisol and Edwin carried their petal home, slipping it beneath the hearth's mantle. Helena sprinkled salt and lavender, and Darius carved the new ward into the stone hearth, a simple spiral entwined with a lotus blossom. As they settled by the fire with cups of spiced cider, the black cat curled at their feet, purring a contented melody. Outside, the wind held a soft sigh as it wove through the village, carrying the promise of mists that would guard every window and door. Marisol and Edwin exchanged a shared glance, world-weary beyond their years, yet alight with wonder at all they had accomplished. They had walked the path of fires and water, of bones and blood, of oak and ivy. They had freed ancient spirits, healed old wounds, and restored the delicate balance between the realms of the living and the unseen. As the hearth's fire crackled and the final petal shimmered behind the runic ward, Marisol realized that their story was not one of endings, but of ever-turning cycles of promises renewed with each passing moon, and of bonds woven between heart and land, between blood and spirit. The future would bring new challenges, but for tonight, Brookhollow slept under a quilt of mist and magic, secure in the knowledge that kindness and respect would forever keep the shadows at bay. Autumn's brilliance had given way to a brittle frost, and Brookhollow slept under a pale blanket of hoarfrost as dawn began to stir. Marisol awoke to the sound of a distant bell, low, mournful, and shockingly out of tune. Rubbing sleep from her eyes, she glanced at Edwin, who lay curled beside her, his cheeks pink with cold. "Did you hear that?" she whispered. Edwin nodded, sitting up. "It's the church bell. But Father Ambrose said they silenced it after the covenants were sealed." They hurried to the kitchen, where Helena was stoking the embers in the hearth. "Mother," Marisol said, "we heard the bell." Helena's face paled. I thought it was only my imagination. Something's not right. Darius joined them, frowning. Let's go see. Moments later, the family and the black cat, who appeared at the door as if summoned, stepped into the frosty dawn. The church spire loomed above a scattering of golden leaves, and at its base, the old oak door stood ajar. The bell's lament rolled over the village green in uneven peals, like a sorrowful heartbeat. Father Ambrose and Professor Crane emerged from the churchyard, their robes still damp with dew. The bell, Ambrose said, voice strained. It tolls of its own accord, an echo of some old sorrow, calling to the forgotten dead. Crane ran a hand through his silver hair. I detect a pulse of cold magic radiating from beneath the kirk's foundations. Something stirs in the tomb of Hollow Grave. Marisol's stomach clenched. The tomb of Hollow Grave was the ancient burial vault where Brookhollow's founders had interred the first villagers of Alt, sealed centuries ago and said to contain champions who defended the village in its darkest days. We have to investigate, she said. Ambrose nodded. But be warned, those tombs were consecrated in iron and salt. Any force strong enough to ring the bell must be powerful indeed. By mid-morning, Marisol, Edwin, Ambrose, Crane, and Darius stood before the church's heavy door. The black cat slunk ahead, pausing to listen as another discordant toll shivered through the air. Marisol pressed her hand to the door, it swung open with a groan. Inside, the nave was empty but for shafts of light dancing across whitewashed walls. The pews were stacked to one side, and at the far end, the massive bell rope twisted like a living thing, its fibers stiff with ice. They descended the narrow spiral staircase behind the pulpit, lanterns in hand. The air grew colder with each step, and an oppressive hush settled about them. At the bottom, they found the entrance to the tomb of Hollow Grave, a stout oak door bound in iron, scarred with rust and bearing the same spiral glyph they had traced in the Covenant echo. Yet now, the glyph glowed with an icy blue light. Crane knelt and traced the rune with his gloved finger. The seal has cracked. We must relight the warding candles in each crypt niche before we proceed. He produced a bundle of salt and lavender wicks and set them in wrought iron holders along the walls. One by one, Ambrose lit them from his censer, and faint warmth returned to the chamber. Darius tested the heavy door. It swung open to reveal a long corridor paved with flagstones, lined with marble sarcophagi carved in the likeness of Brookhollow's earliest heroes. Each sarcophagus bore an epitaph praising feats of strength, courage, or selflessness. Yet, the lids were fractured, as though something from within had fought to escape. Edwin took Marisol's hand, face pale. Sis, do you think they're restless spirits? Marisol swallowed. Perhaps one of them has awakened, angry that its duty was forgotten. She guided Edwin past the broken sarcophagus of Sir Haviland, who in life had rallied villagers against a marauding horde, and past Lady Murrah, famed for her healing balm. Finally, they reached the end of the corridor, where a larger sarcophagus stood beneath an engraved archway reading, "Here lies Tristan Hollowgrave, guardian of the bell and defender of the threshold." Awaken only when the village's heart must be called. The lid bore fresh cracks, radiating from a central point where a fist-sized hole had been punched. Through that fissure, pale moonlight glittered on something metallic, Tristan's gauntlet, encased in frost. Marisol knelt and gently touched the hole. A tremor shot through her palm. Suddenly, the bell's mournful peal boomed through the tomb, shaking dust from the ceiling. The lantern flames flared and dimmed. A chill wind whipped through the corridor as if the door behind them had blown open, though it remained shut. Professor Crane raised a warded rod. The gauntlet of Hollow Grave calls its master. We must soothe his spirit and persuade him to rest once more. He turned to Ambrose. Your holy water, may it guide him back. Ambrose nodded and sprinkled droplets onto the gauntlet, each hiss sounding like a distant heartbeat. Marisol and Edwin stepped back. The cracked stone lid began to tremble, then slid aside with grinding protest, revealing a misty, armored figure kneeling in repose. Tristan's spectral form rose, towering above them at nearly 7 feet. His armor was chipped and etched with runes of binding. In his hand he held a massive hammer, its head weathered and ice-encrusted. His helmet lay at his feet, revealing a face set in grim determination. His eyes glowed with warrior's fire. He spoke, voice like steel on stone, "Why do you call me forth? The bell rings for blood and sacrifice. Have the villagers forgotten their protector?" Marisol swallowed, stepping forward with Ambrose's blessing foaming in her robes. "Honored guardian, we rang no false summons. But your gauntlet seal was broken by forces we do not yet understand. The bell tolls not for sacrifice, but for aid. A sorrow deep beneath the church has unbalanced its harmony. Your presence was needed to restore it." Tristan's gaze flicked to the great bell rope twisting above. "I hear the discord in its peals. So be it." He placed a spectral hand upon the gauntlet, and the armor glowed with dawn's first light. The hammer vanished in a swirl of cinders, and Tristan's form softened. Ambrose knelt before him. "Guardian, will you lend us your strength to repair the seal?" Tristan raised his arm and, with immense effort, placed the glowing gauntlet on a stone pedestal carved with his own crest. As he did so, fragments of ice fell from its surface and melted on the stone, hissing in steam. Then he laid his palm upon the spiral glyph carved into the floor beneath the pedestal. Light burst outward in concentric circles, illuminating every sarcophagus niche. The seals on the other tombs flashed bright before fading to steady glow. Crane traced his wand along the fissures, binding them with silver resin he carried in his satchel. "The seals hold," he announced. "The Guardian's power fortifies them." Tristan turned to Marisol and Edwin. "Your courage has proven true. The village is safe once more." He bowed his head. "I return to rest, knowing the bell's heart will beat only for laughter and celebration, not sorrow." With that, his form receded into the gauntlet's glow. The sarcophagus lid settled into place, sealing itself as if never disturbed. The corridor's frost retreated, and warmth returned to the air. The lanterns burned bright, unwavering. Back in the nave, the villagers had gathered at the church doors. The bell stood silent. When Marisol and the others emerged, the congregation burst into relieved applause. Children ran to tug at Marisol's skirts. Darius turned to his daughter, pride shining in his eyes. "You've done it again." Elijah, the blacksmith's apprentice, held out the gauntlet encased in a protective chest. "Forgive me if I'm wrong," he said, "but wouldn't it make sense to hang it near the belfry, as a reminder of his vigil?" Ambrose nodded. "A fine idea. And tomorrow, we shall hang a new clapper cast with herbs blessed by the spring to give the bell a voice of protection once more." That night, the Morcant family returned home under a quiet sky. Marisol paused at her window, gazing toward Ravenwood's distant silhouette, the church spire, and the dark line of Wilderwood beyond. So many bonds had been tested: water and earth, hearth and forest, stone and steel. Each promise had been honored, each spirit laid to rest, but new duties would always emerge. In the silence, she heard a soft purr at her feet. The black cat wound between her legs and looked up, amber eyes bright. Marisol knelt and stroked its back. "Thank you," she whispered. The cat leapt onto the sill and vanished into the night. Marisol rose and joined her family at the hearth, where soft laughter and warm embers glowed. They had faced revenants, echoes, and ancient guardians and overcame them all with courage, compassion, and unity. Whatever trials awaited them, Marisol knew they would meet them together, bound by the myriad vows that had woven Brookhollow's story into a tapestry of hope. A restless wind stirred the chimney smoke into spirals of gray as Marisol blinked awake to the sound of creaking timbers, an odd, uneven squeal that seemed to come from every corner of the cottage. Even through the thick oak walls, she felt the draft, cold and thread-like, tugging at her skirts. She slipped from her bed to find Edwin already dressed, ears cocked, listening intently. "It's the mill, isn't it?" he whispered. "I heard it last night, too." Marisol nodded. The old windmill that stood atop Willow Crest Hill just beyond the western fields had fallen silent months ago, its sails long since splintered and its gears rusted. Legend said it had ground grain for Brookhollow's earliest wise men, that its stones still hummed with old magic. But on nights when the wind howled unnaturally, the villagers swore they heard it turning. She roused their parents and, within the hour, the entire party, Darius, Helena, Father Ambrose, and Professor Crane, gathered on the dew-soaked lane, lanterns in hand. The sky was an expanse of unsettled clouds, moonlight struggling through ragged seams. A low moan of wind rose behind them as the silhouette of the mill took shape against the horizon, a hulking frame of moss-clad beams, its sails jagged like broken bones. "This is no ordinary storm wind," Crane observed, scanning the air with an arcane compass that spun wildly. "There's an echo of elemental imbalance. Something in the very air has been wounded." Marisol squared her shoulders. "Then let's see what we can do." The path to the mill wound through barley fields bent beneath the breeze, the stalks whispering secrets as the party passed. When they reached the mill's base, the great wooden door stood ajar, each hinge shrieking as though in protest. Darius pushed it open. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of stale grain and metal. The cavernous chamber, the heart of the mill, lay half in shadow, half in flickering lantern glow. Half buried beneath the broken sails, a flicker of movement caught Marisol's eye. A tattered coat hung on a rusted peg, collar turned up, as though someone had slipped away in haste. On the floor lay an old flour sack stamped with Brookhollow's crest, and beside it, the imprint of a boot, fresh in the dust. Edwin knelt to examine it. Someone was here last night. Helena's gasp was quiet but sharp. But who would dare? Father Ambrose crossed himself. The spirit of the miller, perhaps old Corrigan. He was said to have perished when the sails collapsed in a freak gale years ago. His body was never found, swallowed by the mill's gears. Marisol's heart tightened. If his spirit still haunts this place, it must be from a wound unhealed. We have to find his remains and offer him peace. Crane nodded, stepping forward. Use the wards we learned at Hollow Grave, salt and lavender chains around the gears, to prevent his anger from scattering into the countryside. He produced lengths of braided willow threaded with silver wire left over from the hearth ward and distributed them. They wove the braids around the massive cogwheels, securing them with iron nails. Helena sprinkled blessed salt in the hollows, and Father Ambrose intoned a chant of binding. When the last coil was in place, the gears stilled, no longer creaking or threatening to spin of their own accord. Now we search, Marisol said, lantern held high. They climbed the narrow catwalks that ringed the millstone, peering into the darkness beneath each level. Sparks flew as Crane's rod tapped stone and wood, sending vibrations that hinted at voids hidden behind the walls. At last, beneath the central millstone, they discovered a narrow hatch carved into the floor, its cover loosened. Edwin knelt, prying it open with a small iron pick. Below lay a stone-lined shaft descending into darkness. A musty breeze rose, carrying the scent of earth and rot. His final resting place, Marisol whispered. She knelt and placed the silver-threaded braid in a gesture of respect. Let us go with care. Darius lit a lantern on a chain and lowered it into the shaft. Its glow revealed rough steps worn into the stone, slick with moss. Marisol and Edwin exchanged determined looks, then followed, lantern and warded rod in hand. The shaft widened into a small crypt at the base of the mill's foundation, a low chamber hewn from bedrock, its walls etched with the miller's name, Corrigan, and a simple inscription, to feed the mouths of many, to spin day into night. In the center lay a coffer of oak, banded in iron, its lid cracked. Marisol approached, heart pounding. She lifted the lid to reveal among ancient tools and scraps of cloth the skeletal remains of a man, curled as though he had taken shelter from the gale, his bony hand still clutching the handle of his miller's lantern. The bones were dust-chilled, yet somehow suffused with the echo of life. Edwin swallowed. He died here, waiting. Father Ambrose knelt and sprinkled holy water over the bones. Corrigan, he intoned, you who served your village with every turn of the millstone, may your rest be sweet. We return your memory with honor. Marisol took from her satchel a small leather pouch, the one Crane had given her months before, filled with bone ash and crushed rose petals. She scattered the blend over the remains. The ash hissed, and a wisp of pale blue flame flickered around the bones. The air grew still. Then a deep sigh, like the wind finally freed from its burden, echoed through the chamber. A pale figure shimmered into view, the spirit of Corrigan, his coat draped over his shoulders, lantern swinging from his skeletal grip. His hollow eyes glowed with gratitude rather than anger. He looked upon Marisol, Edwin, and the others, and gave a slight nod of recognition and unspoken thank you that passed between worlds. He lifted his lantern, and the glow intensified, brushing the chamber walls with gentle light. Then, with a soft swirl of motes, he ascended, passing through the grate of the hatch and ascending the shaft. Above, the mill's catwalk creaked as though welcoming him home. Outside, the wind stilled completely for a single breath. Marisol and Edwin climbed the steps, emerging into the mill's main floor. The broken sails, now tethered by the warding braids, no longer groaned. Crane tested a gear, it turned smoothly on its axle. Helena pressed her hands to her cheeks, relief shining in her eyes. Father Ambrose looked skyward. The mill's spirit is at peace. He crossed himself once more. Let us seal this place with a final blessing. They formed a circle around the base of the mill pillar. Crane traced 3 arcane runes in the dust, each glowing with residual warding power. Ambrose sprinkled holy water in a spiral, merging with the flourish of Crane's glyphs. Marisol and Edwin placed their lanterns at 4 equidistant points, markers of wind, earth, fire, and water, echoing the elemental rites they had performed at the spring and the circle. Marisol spoke aloud, by will and wind, by water and stone, we honor the miller's toil and bind this place from storm and strife. May each grain ground here feed body and soul, and may the sails turn true upon the breeze. A hush fell, then a soft, sustained creak, gentle, warm like a sigh of relief. Outside the windows, the moon emerged fully from behind the clouds, illuminating the mill sails in a pale glow. Without a word, Darius and Edwin climbed the ladder to the platform and, with Crane's guidance, removed the broken boards from one sail and replaced them with fresh timbers that Crane had carved in. The village workshop. As the wind picked up, the sails began to turn slowly at first, then with growing momentum. Marisol watched, breath held, as the mill came to life. The turning of the wheel sent vibrations through the millstones below, ready once more to grind grain for Brookhollow. The black cat appeared at her feet, tail swishing, eyes bright with approval. Brilliant, Edwin whispered. It's alive again. Marisol smiled, tears glistening. Alive, and at peace. When they finally descended the path from Willow Crest Hill, the wind carried only soft whispers through the barley fields, gentle blessings for a mill that would never again grind under duress, but in service to a grateful village. As Brookhollow's lights twinkled in the valley below, Marisol realized that each trial had woven another thread into their shared story: water and earth, hearth and bell, mist and wind. And though new challenges would surely arise, she knew that with every promise kept, every spirit soothed, Brookhollow would endure its heart forever, bound by courage, compassion, and the unbreakable vows of its people. The night air carried the scent of ripening apples as Brookhollow prepared for its final celebration before winter's hush. The long tables were arranged in a crescent beneath the great elm on the village green, lit by hundreds of lanterns swinging like fireflies in the cool breeze. Barrels of cider stood ready, their polished taps gleaming, and baskets overflowed with gourds, late-season squash, and baskets of honeyed nuts. Music drifted from the baker's cottage, where fiddles and flutes tuned soft melodies of harvest and hearth. Marisol surveyed the scene with a swell of pride. 6 months ago, she could never have imagined that the child who trembled at the whisper of wind in the mill would one day help heal every spirit bound to Brookhollow's land. Now, as she brushed a loose strand of hair behind her ear, she sensed a familiar tug at her spirit, a melody woven into the rustle of leaves, a soft chorus rising beneath the laughter of villagers. It was the voice of a spirit yet unquiet. Edwin dashed past her, carrying a platter of spiced pumpkin tartlets, and skidded to a halt beside her. "Sis, Aunt Myrna says it's time," he whispered, excitement dancing in his eyes. Aunt Myrna, Brookhollow's elderly orchard keeper, was overseeing the banquet's centerpiece, a vast wooden platter carved from an ancient apple tree, heaped with fresh fruit. At its center, a single blood-red pippin gleamed like a heart under the lantern glow. Erwin emerged from the shadows, her cloak rustling with leaf-laden whispers. She carried a woven crown of autumn leaves, ribboned with strands of golden wheat. "The harvest maiden calls," she said softly. "The spirit of the apple orchard has awakened. She wishes to walk among us tonight, to bless our feast." Marisol smiled. "We should find her." She turned to Father Ambrose, who nodded gravely and lifted his censer. "Shall we?" They followed Erwin through the crowd, stepping onto the worn path that led to Myrna's orchard behind the baker's row. The old trees stood sentinel, their limbs heavy with fruit, and lanterns had been strung between trunks like glowing constellations. Myrna, silver-haired and smiling, guided them to the heart of the orchard, where a low stone altar lay carpeted in moss and fallen leaves. "This orchard was planted by the first settlers," Myrna explained. "They named the harvest maiden Pomona, guardian of growth and keeper of the fruit. Each year, at the first full moon after harvest, we crown her with offerings. But this year, she has not come." Erwin knelt at the altar and placed the leaf and wheat crown atop it. The air grew still. Marisol raised a silver chalice filled with spiced cider. "By apple and leaf, by seed and root, we honor Pomona's gift. May your spirit join our feast and bless our fields." She poured a circle of cider around the crown, the liquid glowed in lamplight. A hush descended, broken only by the whisper of leaves. Then, from the orchard's edge, steps sounded soft and deliberate like branches shifting underfoot. A figure materialized, a woman tall and graceful, her gown woven of apple blossoms and autumn leaves that shimmered with dew. Her hair flowed like copper ribbons, and her eyes were twin orbs of ripened fruit. Pomona's presence filled the orchard with a blossoming fragrance sweet and tart, like fresh cider. She surveyed the gathered villagers, her gaze finally resting on Marisol and Edwin. With a graceful nod, she stepped forward, and the crown of leaves lifted from the altar to settle upon her brow. The villagers gasped in delight, and Aunt Myrna wept softly, her hands clasped. Pomona turned and lifted her arms, and from the trees above, apples drifted down, landing gently in baskets and on platters. Each fruit glowed with inner light, as though filled with the last russet of autumn sunshine. Marisol stepped to Pomona's side. "We thank you for your gifts. Would you walk among us tonight?" Pomona inclined her head, and the villagers cheered. Tables were pushed back to create a circle, and Pomona led them in a dance feet light as leaves skittering across the ground, arms tracing arcs that echoed the branches above. Children followed, laughing as they twirled beneath the lanterns. But as the dance reached its height, a low, discordant note sounded, the creak of a tree limb, heavier than wind should allow. The music faltered. Pomona's brow furrowed as she looked toward the forest's edge. Marisol and Erwin exchanged alarmed glances. "There," whispered Marisol, pointing. 7 steps from the orchard's fringe, a sapling freshly planted tethered to a stake trembled violently. Its branches writhed like living serpents, and its leaves turned black as night. A crack splintered through its trunk, where an angry violet glow pulsed like trapped lightning. Edwin gasped, stumbling to stand. "What's happening?" Erwin's eyes darkened. An echo of the blight, an ancient disease that once swept the trees. Its spirit lingers where the orchard's edges meet the wildwood. If it spreads, it will turn every leaf black, every fruit hollow. Pomona's expression turned grave. She extended a hand to the withering sapling, and her blossoming fragrance faltered, turning sour. The violet glow coalesced into a shape, a hunched figure draped in tattered rags, its face hidden beneath a hood of brambles. Thorned vines coiled around its limbs, and its breath hissed like wind through dead leaves. "I was gardener once," it rasped, voice like breaking wood. "Pomona cast me out for my jealousy. Now I return to reclaim what was stolen, to see every branch bear my mark." The crowd gasped and fell back. Pomona advanced, hands glowing with blossom light. "You shall not harm these trees," she declared. "Return to your shade-bound prison." She raised her arms, and blossom petals erupted from her gown, swirling into a cyclone of life around a blighted spirit. Marisol seized the moment. She handed the silver chalice to Edwin and turned to the altar stone. "The offering," she cried. She lifted the golden wheat crown from Pomona's brow, an ancient symbol of harvest unity, and pressed it into Pomona's hands. Pomona caught it, and the petals stilled in her grasp. Erwin and Ambrose passed around vials of the spring's consecrated water. Edwin ran forward and drenched the sapling's roots, while Marisol chanted the vow of renewal, "By blossom and bough, by fruit and flower, I cleanse this grove of envy's blight." May every branch bear witness to forgiveness, and every leaf sing of mercy's life. The ground trembled, and the violet darkness retreated into the sapling's core. The vines peeled away like shedding bark, leaving behind new green shoots. Pomona pressed her palm to the sapling, and a flush of warm light spread up its trunk, restoring life in a heartbeat. The sapling burst into bloom, blossoms unfurling in a riot of pink and red. Pomona turned to the banqueters. Brookhollow has reminded me of its kindness and courage. Let no shadow of envy cross these grounds again, and let every harvest be blessed. The villagers erupted in joyous applause. Music resumed, richer and sweeter than before, and Pomona danced among them, bestowing apples that shone with luster. Marisol and Edwin rejoined the feast, savoring tart bites of enchanted fruit that lingered on their tongues like pure sunshine. As the final lanterns burned low and the moon sailed toward dawn, Pomona gathered the villagers for a final blessing. She drew a ring of blossom petals on the ground, stepping within to inscribe a rune of growth with her fingertip. The rune glowed and then scattered, each petal drifting into the orchard's air, promising renewal come springtime. When the harvest moon banquet ended, Marisol walked home with Edwin, the soft glow of dawn brightening the path. They paused at the orchard's gate, where the last fallen blossom glimmered on the latch. Marisol pressed a hand to her heart. "We did it," she whispered. "Another spirit at peace." Edwin nodded, eyes heavy with sleep. "And another promise kept." Behind them, the orchard stood silent and proud, its trees laden with healthy fruit, its branches whispering thanks to the maiden of harvest and the children who had learned the power of mercy and unity. The first snow of winter fell at dawn, a silent dance of crystal flakes that glazed Brookhollow in silver. By midday, the village lay hushed beneath a velvet quilt of fresh drifts. Marisol gazed from her frosted window as she wrapped her woolen cloak tighter, Edwin by her side, cheeks pink with cold. Today, Father Ambrose and Professor Crane would lead them on their greatest trial yet, the journey to the frost-bound caves and the repair of the legendary mirror of Ember Falls now cracked and leaking. Memories of long-past tragedies into the world. Helena buckled the last strap of Marisol's boots. "Stay close," she said, her voice gentle but firm. Darius heaped their provisions, a satchel of cured meats, crusty bread, and hot cider onto his shoulder. "The path's icy," he warned. "Take my arm if you need it." Outside, the black cat weaved through snow drifts, tail high, eyes gleaming with purpose. The villagers lined the lane in respectful silence as the party set out, Marisol and Edwin, flanked by their parents, Father Ambrose bearing his censer, Professor Crane with his rune staff, and Erwin, the forest guardian, cloaked in furs and carrying a lantern of living ice. The road to Ember Falls wound north along the Frostvale River, now a glassy ribbon of ice. Each footstep crunched in the hush, and every breath steamed in the air. When they reached the riverbank, they found the ford frozen solid ornaments of hoarfrost coiling across its surface like filigree. Erwin knelt and touched the ice, it hummed beneath her fingers. "The mirror awaits beneath the falls," she said. "But the gorge is treacherous." Follow the lantern's glow and trust the ice's song. They crossed, lantern light wavering over creaking fissures, until the roar of water reached them through the ice. Before them, a narrow fissure cut through the frozen river Ember Falls, trapped in winter's grip. An archway of ice framed a cavern mouth in the rock face. Beyond, a faint glow pulsed within. Inside the cave, the air was crystalline cold but still, as though breathing had been forgotten there long ago. Stalactites of ice hung from the ceiling like chandeliers, and every step echoed off the walls. At the heart of the cavern stood the mirror of Ember Falls, a great, oval frame of black granite veined with quartz, in whose silvered surface danced reflections not of the present, but of the past. Yet now the mirror's surface was cracked, 3 jagged fissures running like spider legs, and from each seam spilled ghostly images of sorrow, a weeping bride in oil-dark robes, a child clutching a tattered doll, a warrior in frozen armor kneeling before a shattered crown. Marisol swallowed. The memories they had sealed in Ravenwood and St. Aldhelm's Spring had resurfaced here, echoes bound to the mirror's ancient magic. Professor Crane drew near, whispering incantations as he traced the frame with his staff. The cracks were opened by a shard of that mirror taken long ago, laid in the tomb of Hollow Grave, he murmured. Its bitterness seeped into the stone. We must reforge its surface with living ice and the heat of our resolve. Father Ambrose stepped forward, incense in hand. He circled the mirror, chanting a prayer of binding. The ghost images flickered, recoiling from the holy smoke. Edwin and Marisol knelt at the base of the frame, placing circles of iron filings that Crane had bronze-hued with bone ash. Each ring glowed faintly as it took the ward. Orwyn lifted her lantern. Inside its frozen shell danced a single ember, a living spark of flame encased in ice. She held it before the largest crack. "This fire is tempered by winter's breath," she whispered. "Let it bind the mirror's tears." Carefully, she tilted the lantern, allowing the ember's warmth to drip as molten glass onto the fissure. The crack hissed, steam rising as the molten ember fused with the ice-cold stone, sealing the fracture with a ribbon of opalescent seam. Next, Marisol took from her satchel a vial of spring water infused with crushed rose petals, the symbolic essence of renewal. She poured it into each remaining crack, let it freeze instantly, and then called upon the mirror's original vow, "By memory and hope, I mend what sorrow has fractured." At her words, the second crack shimmered shut like a bloom of frost. Edwin pressed his palm against the final fissure and recited quietly, "By heart and promise, no pain endures beyond forgiveness." His breath clouded the silver surface, and the remaining crack sealed in a cascade of glittering frost, leaving only a faint, crystalline web that caught the lantern light like a living map. As the last ward settled, the mirror's surface stilled. The ghostly images faded, leaving only Marisol's reflection steadfast, resolute. Then, the cavern filled with a soft pulse of warmth, as though the mirror itself exhaled in relief. The ice chandeliers glittered, and the arch of stalactites above seemed to sigh in contentment. But before they could celebrate, a rumble shook the cavern. A chamber deeper within the falls, long dormant, was stirring to life. A roar of water echoed, and the floor trembled beneath their boots. From the shadowed recesses stepped a figure wrought of ice and flame, the frost-bound warden, guardian of memories lost and tears unshed. He was immense limbs of living frost, veins of molten ember tracing across his chest, and where his face should have been, a mask of ice crackled with inner fire. In each hand he bore a great axe, one blade carved of obsidian ice, the other tempered in embers from the spring. Who dares to remake what I have bound? He thundered, voice like cracking glaciers. This mirror held agony once forgotten, now you would set it free. Marisol met his gaze without fear. We have set it free, warden, she said, voice echoing. We have learned that sorrow need not bind us, but teach us. We honor these memories now, so that they may rest. The warden's axe swung in a slow arc, sparks and shards dancing where ice met ember. Father Ambrose raised his censer, filling the air with blessed smoke that hissed on the warden's frost-bound limbs. Crane traced a ward in the air, and iron filings leapt to arrange themselves in a protective circle around the children. Erwin stepped forward, her lantern's ember igniting a ring of rune fire on the cavern floor. The battle of elements ensued, ice clashed with ember, memory confronted resolve. The warden's first blow shattered stalactites into a rain of shattered crystal, but Crane's ward held. His second strike sent a wave of chilling wind that rattled their bones, yet Father Ambrose's prayers bent it back, warm and calm. Marisol felt tears on her cheeks, tears of sorrow for the suffering bound here, and tears of hope for its ending. Gathering every shred of courage, Marisol raised the silver chalice of spiced cider and held it aloft. By fellowship and faith, by forgiveness and fire, we offer you peace. She cried. She tipped the cider into the embers at the circle's center. A column of flame surged, entwined with frost, until it erupted in a pillar of steam and light that engulfed the warden. When the steam cleared, the warden stood still, no longer a creature of conflict, but a spirit at rest. The axe blades melted into streams of water that ran down the cavern walls, nourishing hidden mosses. The warden bowed his head, mask cracking into a gentle smile of ice, and then dissipated into a gentle flurry of snowflakes that drifted toward the mirror's surface. Each snowflake touched the mirror, dissolving like memories returned home. Silence followed, the kind that hovers after a storm's fury, and then a chorus of dripping water as the cavern thawed in the warmth of shared compassion. The mirror of Ember Falls gleamed pure once more, its frame unscarred, its silvered surface reflecting the grateful faces of those who had braved its depths. Professor Crane exhaled, wiping frost from his staff. The final bond is mended. Father Ambrose stepped to Marisol's side. You have done what many thought impossible, you taught forgotten grief to forgive, and bound tears into hope. Edwin grinned and tapped the mirror. Now it shows only what we choose to remember. Marisol touched the glass and saw, not the past's tragedies, but a vision of Brookhollow under spring's blossoming canopy, children running through sunlit fields, laughter on the breeze. They retraced their steps through the thawing cavern, the path to the falls now clear. Outside, the river's flow had quickened with the melting ice, and Ember Falls sang a new song of renewal. In the quiet, Marisol scanned the sky. A single snowflake drifted down and melted on her glove, as if the world itself promised new beginnings. Back in Brookhollow, the villagers awaited their return at the river's edge, faces bright with anticipation. When Marisol and the party emerged, the crowd cheered, voices echoing across the frozen fields. Children danced in snowflakes, elders wept at the sight of healed treasures, farmers hailed the promise of spring's safe return. At the hearth that night, as the family gathered before a roaring fire, Marisol realized that Brookhollow's story was more than a series of trials. It was a testament to the power of compassion, courage, and unity. Each spirit they had freed, each promise they had honored, had woven them closer together in a tapestry of hope. Edwin nestled in her lap, warm and safe. "What comes next?" he asked, eyelids heavy with sleep. Marisol pressed a gentle kiss to his temple. "Whatever life brings, we will face it together, bound by every vow, sheltered by every promise, and guided by every memory we choose to cherish." Outside, the wind carried only soft whispers through the silent fields, a lullaby of winter's peace, a promise that even the deepest cold could not extinguish the ember of hope burning in every heart. Snow still lingered in Brookhollow's shaded hollows as the first pale light of dawn revealed a sky freckled with shifting clouds. But tonight, the villagers would gather for the rare celestial convergence, a once-in-a-century alignment of 3 moons and 2 comets that legend said opened a bridge between realms. Festival preparations were already underway, lanterns hung from every rooftop, their colored glass shaped like stars, tables groaned under platters of spiced venison, honey-glazed root vegetables, and bowls of comet berry pie, and the village seer, old Marwen, had painted a gigantic mandala of salt and crushed quartz in the center of the green. Marisol stood at the edge of the circle, tracing its concentric patterns with her boot, Edwin fidgeting at her side. Father Ambrose knelt at the topmost point, anointing the outermost ring with consecrated oil. Professor Crane adjusted his telescope mounted on a platform of carved oak and draped with midnight blue velvet dusted in silver runes, while Erwin wove strands of moon silk through her hair, the shimmering thread borrowed from Wilderwood's hidden spiders. "Everything must be perfect," Marisol murmured. "If the convergence opens the veil, we need every ward in place." Edwin nodded, clutching the silver chalice of starlight water they'd prepared the night before. "I'm ready to pour." At midday, the blacksmith's apprentice brought out an obsidian mirror polished to reflect the heavens. "This will channel the moon's rays," he explained. "Tilt it so the light strikes the quartz, and the wards will glow." By afternoon, the villagers had formed 3 concentric rings around the salt mandala, children at the center, families in the middle circle, and elders at the outermost edge. Lanterns were lit, and old Marwen began to chant in a tongue older than Brookhollow itself. As his voice rose soft, reverent, yet taut with urgency, the clouds overhead thinned, revealing one moon already full and bright. Marisol settled beside Professor Crane. "What do you see?" she asked softly. He peered through the telescope, eyes glittering. "The first comet has appeared, a sliver of flame against the void. Its tail arcs toward the mandala center. But the second comet, it's veering too low. It risks passing through the tree of veils at Wilderwood's edge. If it intersects our wards incorrectly, it could rend the veil instead of opening it gently." A murmur rippled through the crowd. Erwin stepped forward, cloak swirling in the breeze. "I must journey to the Tree of Veils and weave a counterward in its branches," she announced, voice clear. "Without it, the convergence will unleash chaos." Father Ambrose frowned. "The tree is sacred ground. Entering its circle of roots is no small matter." Erwin nodded. "But I know its pathways. Let me go." Marisol exchanged a determined glance with Edwin. "We'll go with her." Before Ambrose could object, the first comet's tail ignited the quartz in the blacksmith's mirror. A ribbon of light arced across the mandala, tracing each glyph until the salt circle glowed with an inner luminescence. The children gasped as the outer ring pulsed in time with Marwen's chanting. A hush fell as the second comet emerged, vivid blue-white arching across the sky toward the treetops. Erwin hurried through the circles, Marisol and Edwin at her heels. The villagers watched, lanterns swinging, as the trio disappeared down the lane toward Wilderwood. Within moments, they stood beneath the ancient canopy of the Tree of Veils, a colossal oak whose branches shivered as though touched by invisible fingertips. Moonlight filtered through the canopy, casting patterns of light that danced across the moss-covered roots. The comet's tail glowed faintly beyond the trees, a silver bridge between heaven and earth. Erwin knelt and pressed her palms into the moss, whispering a plea to the forest's heart. Vines of moon silk sprouted from Crane's staff, reaching toward the oak's massive trunk. Marisol and Edwin worked quickly. She traced wards of binding in the dirt with starlight water. He scattered crushed quartz at each knot of root. But the comet's tail began to shimmer, the ribbon of light warping as it dipped toward the earth. A low crack tore through the night air as a branch snapped, falling with a thunderous crash. The veil between worlds stretched thin, and for a heartbeat, Marisol glimpsed faint figures drifting between the oak's spirits of past convergence, some benign, some twisted by madness. She swallowed fear and raised her voice. "Now, pour the chalice." Edwin tilted the silver chalice, letting a stream of starlight water drip onto the oak's roots. The liquid sizzled, and the roots glowed with frost-white energy. Erwin wove moon silk into the bark, binding it with silver thread knots that pulsed in time with the comet's light. Professor Crane stepped forward, chanting an archaic formula that echoed through the forest. As his words rang out, the comet's tail passed through the wards, and a surge of wind swept through the branches, carrying the scent of frost and flame. Roots writhed for a moment, then stilled, the warding knots locking in the oak's embrace. The spirits flickered and vanished, leaving only the soft rustle of leaves. The second comet's tail arced past the treetops and into the heavens, streaming above Brookhollow like a jewel-studded banner. "Safe," Erwin breathed, straightening. Marisol helped Edwin to his feet, and the three hurried back to the green as the final leg of the convergence began. At the mandala, the circles of salt now glowed with wavelengths of moonlight and comet fire. Old Marwen's chanting reached its crescendo. Father Ambrose raised his cruciform censer, scattering blessed smoke in wide arcs that traced the outer wards. Professor Crane adjusted the mirror, angling the comet's reflected light onto the quartz. Marisol and Edwin joined hand in hand at the center, where Erwin placed a flowering branch from Wilderwood's hardwood, a symbol of unity between village and forest. Helena and Darius followed, forming a circle with the children as the three moons aligned, a pale silver orb, a copper-hued sister, and a tiny sapphire moon that wavered like a star fallen too close. The mandala exploded in light. Moonbeams and comet glow collided above the silver branch, weaving a lattice of luminous threads that arched over the green like a cathedral of light. The lanterns themselves brightened, their runes igniting in response. A chorus of ethereal voices, spirits of river, tree, hearth, and sky, rose in harmony, blessing Brookhollow with protection and peace for another century. Marisol felt warmth flood her limbs as the lattice of light wove around her, binding her family, her friends, and every home in the village to the convergence's magic. Edwin laughed, breathless with wonder. Erwin's eyes shone with tears of joy. Crane and Ambrose clasped hands, faces alight with relief. The villagers cheered as the final moon and comet slipped from alignment, the lattice of light dissolving into motes of starlight that drifted upward into the night. When silence fell, Marisol looked around at the glowing faces, their fears laid to rest, their bonds reforged under 3 moons and 2 comets. In that moment, she understood that every challenge they had faced, revenant brides, covenant echoes, wraith-bound wells, hollow bells, whispering mills, harvest maidens, frost-bound mirrors, had led them. Here, each promise kept had woven a tapestry of courage and compassion strong enough to hold the realms apart, yet join them in celebration. Edwin tugged at her hand. "Can we finish the feast now?" he asked with a grin. Marisol laughed, sweeping a strand of silver moon hair behind her ear. "Let's go fill our plates." As the villagers returned to their tables, the lanterns burned brighter than ever, and music rose in jubilant rounds. Outside the edge of the green, the black cat sat upon the fence post, tail curled around its paws, eyes reflecting the last sparks of the convergence. It let out a soft purr of approval before vanishing into the moonlit night. And in every home, weary feet and joyful hearts found rest, knowing that the promise of Brookhollow, once forged in blood and sorrow, had been kept by children who dared to face the darkest echoes and bind them with light. The tapestry of their story would shine across centuries, a testament to the power of courage, love, and the unbreakable vows of a small village under 3 moons. Before first light broke over Brookhollow, Marisol awoke to a tremor beneath her feet. It was faint at first, a distant pulse in the earth, but it grew into a low, resonant hum that echoed through the cottage walls and rattled the kitchen pots. Edwin joined her at the window, eyes wide in the lantern glow. "Did you feel that?" he whispered. Marisol nodded, pressing her palm to the frosted glass. "It's coming from the old temple on Mount Lois. The sunstone's warmth is fading." Their mother, Helena, appeared in the doorway, concern etched into her face. Behind her stood Darius, lantern in hand, and just beyond him, Father Ambrose and Professor Crane. "We sensed it, too," Ambrose said gravely. "The sunstone kept for generations in the Temple of Dawn has dimmed for the first time since its forging. Legend warns that if the sunstone's flame ever winks out at sunrise, eternal twilight will overtake our lands." Crane unfurled an ancient map on the table. We must ascend Mount Lois and rekindle its heart. But the path is laced with trials of flame and shadow. The guardians of the stone test all who would wield its power. Marisol fastened her cloak. Despite the chill, her heart surged with determination. Then we leave at once. Before dawn's gray light faded, the seven of them, Marisol, Edwin, Helena, Darius, Father Ambrose, Professor Crane, and Erwin, set out along the winding road that led north from Brookhollow. Lanterns bobbed like will-o'-the-wisps in their hands, the black cat padded silently at their heels. The climb up Mount Lois was steep and treacherous. Snowdrifts hid stone steps, and bitter winds howled through skeletal trees. At the mountain's base, they encountered their first trial, the Gate of Embers. Two massive iron braziers stood on either side of a granite arch. Each brazier burned with ghostly blue flame that licked upward without heat, and suspended from the arch's lintel hung a heavy iron chain glowing with runes. Crane approached the runes and traced them with his staff. These glyphs speak of purification by shadow. We must extinguish the blue flame without dousing the lanterns we carry. Only then will the chain lower, granting passage. Marisol and Edwin exchanged a glance. Helena crouched to pick a handful of powdered ash from her pouch, ash from the burner at St. Aldhelm's Spring. Together they scattered the ash around the lanterns, creating a protective halo that absorbed stray sparks. Then, as Crane chanted softly in the old tongue, Father Ambrose flicked the censer's incense into the braziers. The blue flames faltered, sputtered, and died, leaving only warm coals. The runes on the chain glowed and then dimmed. With a heavy creak, the chain lowered, revealing a narrow passage carved in the granite wall. They stepped through into a torch-lit corridor that slanted upward. Along its walls hung faded tapestries depicting scenes of the sunstone's forging, giant salamanders weaving molten crystals, priests offering prayers at dawn's first light, and the moment of ignition, flames bursting forth like captured sunlight. Midway up the corridor, Edwin halted before a tapestry torn asunder, revealing a niche in the rock. Within lay a small, sculpted dove of obsidian, its eyes missing, leaving two hollow pits. A lost guardian, Marisol mused. If we restore its eyes, perhaps it will guide us further. Erwin produced a vial of crystallized moonsilk fragments from wilderwood. She placed two glistening threads into the eye sockets, the dove's obsidian surface glowed, and it fluttered from its niche, beating stone wings. It alighted on Darius's shoulder, then flew ahead, leading them deeper into the mountain. The corridor opened onto a vast chamber, the Hall of Echoes. Its domed ceiling was carved with concentric rings that reflected every sound. The sunstone's dim glow flickered at the far end, perched atop a pedestal of carved onyx. But between them and the stone stood dozens of ghostly figures, priests and warriors of old, each garbed in ceremonial silks and armor. Their mouths opened, but no sound emerged. Father Ambrose stepped forward. This is the trial of voices. To reach the sunstone, we must give voice to these silent guardians. Only when their stories are heard will they allow us to pass. Marisol's chest tightened. She knelt and laid her lantern before the nearest spirit, an armored priest whose bowed head concealed sorrow. Placing a hand on the lantern's glass, she whispered, I speak for you, keeper of dawn's first prayer, your voice lives in every sunrise we greet, in every heart that welcomes the day. You need not thank me, your gift lives on. At her words, the lantern glowed, and a faint echo the priest's whispered prayer resounded through the hall. The spirit bowed, then dissolved into motes of light. Edwin repeated the ritual with a warrior spirit, honoring his sacrifice to defend Brookhollow from winter's cold. Each member of the party approached a different guardian, speaking words of gratitude and remembrance. Helena honored a mother who prayed for her children's safety, Darius saluted a blacksmith who forged tools without recognition, Crane invoked the names of scholars lost to time, Erwin praised the Dryad's keepers, Ambrose blessed the pilgrims who journeyed here in faith. With the last voice freed, a soft chorus filled the hall, and the assembly of statues faded, leaving only the 6 of them in silent awe. The sunstone ahead blazed brighter, its light restoring color to the onyx pedestal and warming the chamber's air. Marisol and Edwin hurried forward to the pedestal. The sunstone, a crystalline orb the size of a harvest loaf, had dulled to a pale yellow glow, its facets clouded like frost on glass. Darius produced a coffer of powdered emberweed, flame-touched petals gathered near Ember Falls. He sprinkled the powder onto the stone, it crackled, sparks flashing across the surface. Yet the sunstone's glow remained faint. Professor Crane frowned. It needs the final spark of human faith, an offering from our own hearts. Marisol stepped forward, closed her eyes, and pressed both hands to the stone, feeling its chill pulse. I offer my hope that Brookhollow's future shines as brightly as the stone once did. She placed her palm flat. Immediately, a beam of warm light burst from the sunstone's core, sending radiance flooding the hall. The onyx glowed with dawn's hues, rose, gold, and pale azure, and the chamber warmed, melting any lingering frost. Edwin stepped to her side. And I offer my courage, though I am young, my heart stands unshaken. He touched the sunstone, another wave of light rippled outward, mingling with Marisol's offering. One by one, the party laid their hands on the sunstone, each infusing it with love, gratitude, respect, and faith. Father Ambrose's prayer wove into the stone's vibration, Crane's wisdom lent depth to its light, Erwin's guardianship intertwined with its glow, Helena's compassion filled its warmth, and Darius's resolve anchored its blaze. At last, the sunstone shone with a brilliance that rivaled the morning sun. Its facets flared, and the assembled group shielded their eyes. A chorus of voices, echoes of every dawn, sang through the mountain, a song of promise, a vow renewed. The chamber shuddered, and cracks of living light spread across the domed ceiling, bursting into shining star patterns before fading. The path back down the corridor had reopened, its steps clear of snow and ice. Outside, the horizon blazed with rose and gold as dawn's first rays broke over the peaks. Snow-covered fields glimmered in the light, and the village bell tolled not mournfully, but in joyful peals. Overhead, the black cat reappeared, leaping to a rock and arching its back in triumph. By the time Marisol and the others returned to Brookhollow's green, the villagers had already gathered for sunrise. They cheered as the group emerged from the mountain pass, edges of their cloaks dusted with snow, faces alight with victory. Marisol held Edwin's hand as they stood beneath the ancient elm. "We did it," he said, voice brimming with awe. She squeezed his hand. "We did, Ed. We kept our promise." The sunstone's warmth spread through the land that day. Fields thawed, the orchard's buds brightened with life, the millstones hummed with renewed power, the hearths glowed with comfort. Brookhollow celebrated through the day, feasting and dancing beneath banners of gold and white. As dusk fell, Marisol stood at the millstream's edge, watching fireflies emerge from the reeds. She reflected on their journey, from Ravenwood's revenants to the frost-bound warden, from the Tree of Veils to the Sunstone's heart. Each trial had tested them, taught them, and bound them together. A soft purr drew her gaze to the black cat, now poised on a stone. It meowed once, then darted into the gathering dusk, as though guiding her toward new dawns yet to come. Marisol turned back to the village, lights twinkling like stars against the dark. Whatever challenges awaited, she knew Brookhollow would stand its spirits bright, its bonds unbroken, and its promise shining like the sunstone at dawn. That night, Brookhollow slept under a sky heavy with drifting clouds, lit only by the pallid afterglow of the triple moons. Candlelight flickered in every window, warded by painted runes that promised safety. Yet in every dream, a single face haunted the villagers' sleep, the weaver, a tall, silent figure with inky robes and needle, sharp fingers, stitching nightmares into reality. Marisol awoke to a soft knock at her door. Edwin stood outside, eyes haunted. "I saw her," he whispered. "She draped a black thread across my dream. It pulled me down into a world of shadow." He shivered. "I can't sleep." Their parents exchanged worried glances, and Father Ambrose rose from the hearthside prayers. "The Dreamweaver," he said gravely. "When the veil thins, she can slip through and ensnare our sleeping minds. We must find her loom of night and cut its threads before she binds the entire village in fear." Professor Crane spread a map of the old dream road's hidden paths that cross between the waking world and the collective unconscious. "The loom lies deep beneath the weeping willow by the river bend," he explained. "Its roots spiral into an underground chamber where dreams are spun. We must follow the dream roads until dawn, then sever the loom's spindle." Erwin bound a crescent of moon silk into Marisol's hair, whispering, "This thread will guide you if you stray between worlds." Darius supplied each person with a willow twig lantern, dipped in silver oil to reveal hidden runes in the dark. Helena offered dream ward charms of lavender and rue. Edwin gripped Marisol's hand as they stepped into the crisp night, lanterns held high. The black cat padded ahead, whiskers quivering as it sniffed the air. The road to the willow tree wound through flooded fields where ghost-bright frogs called in choruses, and across a wooden footbridge that groaned under their weight. At the river bend, they found a great weeping willow whose branches dipped into the dark water. Submerged roots glowed with phosphorescent moss, outlining a hidden cave entrance. Erwin held her lantern to the moss. Beneath it, delicate glyphs shone runes of passage into dream. Crane chanted an invocation in low cant, and the glyphs pulsed. Marisol stepped forward, heart pounding, and crossed the threshold into velvet darkness. Edwin followed, and one by one the party entered until they stood in a domed cavern whose walls seemed woven from night itself. Above them, the willow's roots formed sinewy pillars of living bark, twisting around a central loom carved from black oak. At its center lay a spindle of shadow-spun wool, and from it radiated thousands of fine threads, each one tethering a dreamer soul to nightmare. From the loom's hooks hung fragments of dreaming faces, half-formed memories trapped by the weaver's malice. A soft hiss filled the air. A figure emerged from behind the loom. She wore a hood of midnight feathers, and her fingers held gleaming needles longer than knives. Her eyes burned like coals in a dark hearth. "Children of daylight," she sang, voice like silk across gravel. "You trespass upon my tapestry. Each thread here is a power I have claimed, your hopes, your regrets, your love, and your fear." Marisol straightened her cloak. "We claim no dreams but our own. Release your hold on our people, Weaver." The Weaver smiled, revealing teeth like shards of glass. She plucked a single thread from the loom and held it out. Marisol recognized her own name woven in silver, Marisol. "Your thread," the Weaver hissed. "Shall you cut it?" A tremor ran through Marisol's chest. To sever that thread would mean forgetting her own hope, the lifeline she'd fought so hard to keep. But she recalled every vow kept, every spirit freed, every promise honored. With a steady breath, she drew a small silver blade, gift of Erwin, and lopped the strand. The thread snapped, and a pulse of white light flared through the loom, severing dozens more threads at once. The cavern trembled, the weaver's scream echoed like tearing fabric. Enraged, she lunged for Marisol, needle fingers outstretched. Helena raised her censer and swung it in a circle, sending waves of blessed incense that sizzled against the weaver's robes. Crane thrust his staff forward, casting a rune of binding that curled around the weaver's ankles, pinning her to the floor. Edwin dashed to the spindle and plunged his lantern into the shadow wool. The silver oil ignited, burning through the black threads with pure, bright flame. The loom's hooks warped and splintered, the cavern filled with the scent of ash and lilac. The weaver fought to free herself, her hooded head thrown back in fury. "My tapestry! My power!" she shrieked. But with every thread consumed, her form grew insubstantial, her robes fraying into motes of darkness that drifted upward like smoke. Marisol stepped forward, voice calm and unwavering. "No spirit enslaves us but that which we invite. Begone, weaver of night." She raised her blade in final salute, and the weaver's figure imploded in a blossom of black petals that scattered across the cavern floor. The loom collapsed in a heap of broken oak beams. A hush followed. The roots of the willow creaked overhead, then slowly retreated, the vines coiling back into the walls. The cave's silk-black surface vanished, revealing a simple grotto of smooth stone carved by water over centuries. Edwin reached down, scooping a handful of the ashes from the burned threads and pressing it into a small pouch. "So no loom may rise here again," he said. Erwin stepped beside Marisol. "You unbound 1,000 trapped souls tonight," she whispered. Your courage has woven a new tapestry, one of freedom. Father Ambrose placed a hand on Marisol's shoulder. With each trial, you prove that compassion and resolve can sever the darkest bonds. Crane knelt to gather the broken pieces of oak and cast them into the fire at their feet. A final offering, he said. To remind us that power misused can forge prisons and that we must tend our hearts as vigilantly as any ward. When they emerged from the grotto, the first light of dawn was gilding the snowy fields. Birds called tentatively from frozen branches. The villagers waited at the river's edge, worry etched on their faces. But as Marisol and Edwin stepped into the daylight, the earth beneath them hummed a gentle welcome, and a single thread of golden light danced across the surface of the snow, the weaver's midnight. Tapestry undone. That evening, Brookhollow's lanterns burned as bright as the stars. Around the hearth, the Morcant family and their friends shared stories of the second loom, of nightmares freed, and of every promise that had carried them through darkness. The black cat purred in the corner, its emerald eyes reflecting the dancing flames. Marisol looked around at the faces lit by firelight, each one bound by the trials they had endured, each one shining with hope restored. She knew that new challenges would come, storms, shadows, whispers in the night. But they would meet them together, armed with the vow that had guided them since the first chapter, that courage, compassion, and unity can unravel even the darkest fabric, and that the brightest tapestry is woven from threads of light. Dawn's rosy fingers had not yet brushed Brookhollow when Marisol found herself drawn to the frozen surface of Echo Lake, just beyond the orchard's southern edge. The villagers spoke in hushed tones of strange sobbing that seeped from its depths at midnight. Echoes of laughter turned to tears, shimmering on the ice like shattered glass. After the Dreamweaver's fall, the lament of the lake remained the only trial unaddressed. Now, at Edwin's gentle urging, she and her companions would face it. Father Ambrose, bundled in fur-trimmed robes, stood beside Professor Crane on the lake shore, lanterns sputtering in the chill breeze. Erwin knelt to test the ice with her staff's silver ferrule. It sang with a hollow ring that promised both strength and hidden voids. Helena and Darius prepared lengths of braided willow rope, infused with winter's blessing from the wilderwood's heartwood. Edwin clutched a small horn carved from ram's horn, etched with runes of summoning and gratitude. Echo Lake is a living mirror of emotion, Crane explained in a low voice. When sorrow goes unspoken, the water weeps it back in haunting song. Untouched, it will drown every mind in regret. Ambrose nodded solemnly. We must break the cycle by offering joyful echoes, memories of laughter and love back to the lake, so its spirit may release its grief. Marisol inhaled the cold air, her breath misting in concentric rings. Then let's begin. They stepped onto the ice in a careful line, spreading out until their lanterns formed a luminous arc. At the center of their circle lay a blackened patch where the ice was thinnest, Echo's heart. Every step toward it carried a pull, as though the lake itself was breathing beneath. Edwin raised the horn to his lips and blew a single, clear note. It rang across the ice, then echoed back soft and tremulous, like a child's sob. Marisol felt a shiver crawl up her spine. Play again, Ambrose urged, producing a small lyre. He strummed a merry tune one the villagers had sung at the harvest banquet, its bright chords weaving through the echoed lament. The lake's echo shifted, blending sorrowful tone with faint joy, until the sobbing sounds cracked and dampened under Ambrose's steadfast rhythm. Orwen took her lantern and held it low, its moon-silk flame casting dancing reflections. "Now we add Live's light," she said. She scattered handfuls of crystallized stardust gathered from the celestial convergence across the heart's dark ring. The pale particles glinted like scattered gems, refracting the lantern's glow into miniature constellations. Professor Crane approached the thin ice and carved a spiral glyph with his staff's ash-laden tip. "This rune channels echoes back as blessings," he murmured as the glyph caught fire with phosphorescent radiance. Marisol stepped forward with Edwin to the glyph's edge. She knelt and pressed her palm onto the ice, recalling her earliest mornings at Brookhollow's wellspring, watching golden dawn spill across the water. "I offer the laughter of sunrise," she whispered, her words crackling as they sank into the ice. The surface shimmered beneath her hand, sending a ripple across the candle's reflections. Edwin followed, placing his hand beside hers. He closed his eyes, and they both sensed a shift. The sobbing echoed a note gentler, quieter, as if stunned by their kindness. Helena and Darius advanced next, pressing the willow ropes into the ice around the glyph. They spoke together, "We offer the embrace of family, the warmth of home." The ropes glowed pale green, binding the ice with bands of living wood. At that moment, a low moan rose from beneath the ice, resonant and aching. The thin plate cracked in a web of silver lines, and a pale figure surfaced, the lake spirit, draped in veils of water and willow blossoms, hair cascading like riverweed. Her eyes were flooded with tears that glimmered like moonlit pearls. Marisol rose to her feet, heart pounding. "Spirit of Echo Lake, we come bearing your own gifts, the laughter of dawn, the light of stars, the warmth of home. Let sorrow's weight be tempered by joy." The lake lament softened to a single, quivering note. The spirit's hand rose, shaking like a leaf. She spoke, voice soft as rippling water, "So long I have borne these tears, lost memories, broken vows, unlived laughs. If I may hold your offered echoes, may I find peace." Edwin placed his horn on the ice, turned it upside down, and let the final note of Ambrose's melody drift from the strings. They watched as the music's vibration sank into the glyph and flared in the spirit's eyes. The willow ropes glowed brighter, and the stardust constellations spun faster. Then the ice cracked wide, and a geyser of echoing light rose from the lake's heart, illuminating the cavern beneath the ice in a swirl of silver and gold. The spirit lifted her face to the hollow, and tears turned to laughter, clear, ringing, echoing through the cavern as waves of relief. Marisol felt the ice beneath her feet settle solidly as warmth spread across the lake shore. The lake's surface stilled to glass once more, reflecting the lanterns and the pale moons above. The spirit drifted downward, merging with the water in a cascade of blossom-like light. Father Ambrose crossed himself. The lament is at rest. Crane knelt to trace the extinguished runes, observing the spiral had faded into a circle of pure light. The lake's grief is healed. Orwen placed a wreath of willow blossoms on the ice at the spirit's vanished spot, a final gift. As she did, the blossom sank into the ice unharmed, a token of combined sorrow and joy united. The return to Brookhollow was triumphant. Lanterns bobbed like fireflies against the snowy dusk. Children greeted them with cheers, and elders wept tears of relief. By the hearth that night, Marisol sat with Edwin nestled in her lap as the black cat purred on her shoulder. Flames danced in the hearth, echoing the candlelight by the lake. Every face around the fire shone with gratitude and awe. Marisol looked into Edwin's bright eyes. "Another promise kept," she said softly. "Another spirit freed." He nodded against her chest, breath warm and even. Outside, the wind carried no lament, only a soft melody of distant waters, a lullaby of healing and hope. Brookhollow's tapestry of trials had grown richer with every woven favor, from revenants and covenant echoes to frostbound guardians, dream weavers, and echoing lakes. Tomorrow would bring new dawns, new promises to make and keep. But tonight, they rested in the knowledge that compassion and courage could unravel any sorrow, and that the laughter of sunrise would always outshine the deepest tears. When the first pale light of spring crept over Brookhollow, it carried with it a promise of renewal so radiant that even the ancient willows wept fresh buds of green. Marisol stood atop Ravenwood Manor's restored turret, wrapped in a cloak of dawn's soft glow, watching as the village came alive below. Fields once cloaked in snow now shimmered with daffodils and new shoots of barley. Through every open window drifted the scent of fresh bread baking, of lambs bleating in sunlit pens, and of children's laughter ringing like bells. Below, in the village green, a crowd had gathered for the festival of Everlight, the final celebration in honor of every spirit they had set free and every promise they had kept. Lanterns shaped like little suns swung from ropes between maple trees. Tables groaned under the weight of honeyed pastries, spring vegetables tossed in mint and lavender, and jugs of elderflower wine that sparkled like captured starlight. At the center stood a great obelisk carved from white marble, its surface engraved with the names of every soul whose memory formed Brookhollow's tapestry: Evelina of Ellen, Tristan Hollowgrave, Pomona of the Orchard, the weaver subdued in Echo Lake's grotto, the frost warden, the Echo Lake spirit, and countless others whose stories had become threads in the village's living cloth. Marisol descended the turret's spiral stair, her boots echoing on cold stone. At the bottom, she found Edwin leaning against the obelisk, eyes bright with excitement. "Sis, look!" he cried, pointing to a new ribbon golden and white tied around the obelisk's peak. "It's the ribbon of Everlight. They say it holds the blessing of every dawn." Before she could answer, Father Ambrose approached, his smile warm as the spring sun. "Our village has grown wiser and kinder," he said, voice trembling with pride. "Today we offer the Everlight ribbon as a testament to every promise we have honored. Let it stand as a beacon through times to come." Professor Crane and Erwin came up behind them, carrying baskets filled with spring water from St. Aldhelm's spring and petals of wild anemone picked from Wilderwood's hidden glades. Helena and Darius joined, each holding a small brazier alight with flame distilled from ember falls and tempered in the frost-bound mirror's purified fire. At Ambrose's signal, they lit the braziers and poured the spring water down the obelisk's carved grooves. As the water trickled, it ignited the runes etched along the marble, each one glowing in turn until the entire monument pulsed with gentle light. Then, one by one, they tucked anemone petals into each creeping vine carved around its base. The petals shimmered, infusing the marble with living life. Edwin was first to approach the ribbon of Everlight. He untied it and let it unfurl in the breeze, golden thread catching the sun's rays, and pressed the ribbon into the crook of his elbow. He then tied it around his own wrist, murmuring a vow of courage to stand with his sister through every challenge. Marisol followed. She took the ribbon and traced its length with her fingertips, letting memories of every trial, the revenant bride, the covenant echo, the dream weaver, the frost warden, flood her heart. Then she tied it around her own wrist, whispering, "I pledge to carry this Everlight in my heart, to honor every promise, and to stand guard over our village's future." One by one, the villagers came forward, taking pieces of the ribbon, tying them to their own lap cells, braiding them into hair, or looping them around children's ankles. The obelisk's glow brightened with each new knot, until it blazed like a living torch at the heart of Brookhollow. In the midst of the celebration, the black cat appeared, leaping onto the obelisk's base. It turned in a slow circle, tail high, and meowed once, a single note that carried both farewell and blessing, before it slipped away into the sunshine. As the music rose, fiddles and flutes playing a cheerful reel, Marisol and Edwin joined hands and ran into the dance, spinning beneath the lantern-lit boughs as the village cheered. Helena clapped her hands in time, Darius joined the circle with a grin, Orwin's laughter mingled with everyone else's, a song of forest and field bound as one. When the dance ended, the villagers gathered in close, forming a ring around Marisol and Edwin. Father Ambrose raised his censer one last time, from its incense rose trails of white smoke that joined with the ribbon's golden glow. He intoned a final blessing, "May the Everlight guide our paths. May we keep each other's vows, and may the dawn's promise never fade." Later, as twilight softened the sky to lavender and rose, Marisol stole away to the priory's garden, where a single statue of Saint Aldhelm stood beside a bubbling fountain. She knelt and laid the remaining length of the ribbon of Everlight at the statue's base. The ribbon's threads glowed in the twilight, then settled into the marble's embrace as a lasting pledge. Edwin found her there, soft footsteps on the garden's flagstones. He knelt beside her and pressed a small wooden token into her hand. The blacksmith's apprentice had carved it for them, two entwined trees, one of willow and one of oak, their roots forming a heart. Beneath. "For our family," he whispered. "And for Brookhollow." Marisol smiled through tears. "For hope, courage, and the Everlight dawn." She tied the token around her neck with a silver chain, feeling its weight warm against her chest. Behind them, the lanterns burned bright through the evening haze. The laughter and music of the festival drifted across the garden wall, a lullaby for a village at peace. As the moons rose, each casting their gentle glow, Brookhollow stood firm, its spirits healed, its land blessed, and its people bound together by the living ribbon of dawn's Everlight. Marisol rose and took Edwin's hand. Together they walked back into the celebrations, ready for whatever new adventures might come, secure in the knowledge that every promise kept would light the way, and that the Everlight dawn would forever shine upon their home. Title: Echoes of Everlight, The Chronicles of Brookhollow. Description: in the quaint village of Brookhollow, ancient spirits stir and forgotten vows bind the land. When a spectral bride, a wrathful warden, and a dream-weaving sorceress threaten to unravel reality, two brave siblings Marisol and Edwin embark on a perilous journey across haunted manors, sacred springs, frost-bound mountains, and echoing lakes. Guided by priests, scholars, and forest guardians, they mend broken promises, free tormented souls, and forge new bonds of compassion and courage. From moonlit rituals to sunlit triumphs, Echoes of Everlight is a sweeping tale of magic, redemption, and the unbreakable power of hope.